Okay, and you open up one game,
Yeah.
and then you go tuck, 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 and then to go to another game, you just close this, and then you open
But
the other
you want
game
to
you
keep
want.
the moves then, right? Or not?
Yes, you do. But I have some,
Notation.
yeah, there.
Yeah.
And so, and then
And
you
I
just,
suppose the diagram goes exactly into the screen in the right
yeah,
way. So
yeah,
your face
it's
is here.
sized.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, no, you don't even have to worry
Yeah,
about that
exactly.
because the camera's there.
Oh,
And
and this is nice. You can see what actually is interesting. Yeah.
yeah,
What is
all six games
yeah.
going on simultaneously. And then later, Leonard is going to make it so that we have also the webcam, so we can see if a
see how
player's,
they feel.
you know, like
It's
time
nice.
trouble, you know,
That's good.
scaring.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a kind of a talking point. Oh, it looks like Nakamura shaking his head.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He really didn't like his last
Uh-huh.
move, you know. I mean, it was a scandal. Yeah. So it's fun. I'm glad they're doing the web streaming.
Yeah, I think it's important for every big event nowadays. It's part of the should be part of the whole thing.
Precisely. Precisely. It's actually
And so it looks like you're looking into the screen. You don't have to actually look at it. It will already look like.
well, indeed. Some moments I'm looking at the camera and
Yeah.
I'm just speaking,
Uh-huh.
but other times when I'm looking at the game, my eyes are just at the screen and I'm moving.
Uh-huh.
So it's all right for the audience. The audience realizes they're not making an eye contact with me, but they see, but my eyes are at least towards the
Right,
camera as
right.
opposed to like, you know.
Yeah.
So
Oh, that's
yeah.
why I like the setup.
Yes.
Looks.
Yes, yesterday we only had one board, but now we have two monitors. So Yeah, get my.
But now he's showing up
The
20
problem is he's 2750.
Yeah.
He can't
I
become
mean,
a lawyer.
I don't know what he wants, but I think he's perfectly safe in the chess world.
Rounds, I guess. Yeah.
Threats.
Okay.
Threats. That's all we get.
a second.
No problem. Check or something.
Start talking.
Just 1, 2, 3, and it's cold out there. It's cold out there. Groundhog Day.
What were you? It's cold up there.
It's cold up there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. It's quite hard because I can't hear, but to make sure that I go here.
Hoe ik deze?
Test, test, test.
Test, test, test. And a 1, 2, 3.
Stop, stop, stop.
H4. Wow. Anish Giri. Playing for Hakimati.
go live.
Okay.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is your host, Chess Grandmaster Yasser Serwan, welcoming you to the 2014 Tata Steel Chess Festival here in Wijk aan Zee, Holland. I'll be your host for today's round 2, which is just underway, and I've got all of the games from our Masters group in front of me. Our program for today will feature Peter Doggers. He will come and Peter will join with me and explain to you about the theoretical novelties that we're seeing. And then later in the program, Grandmaster Robert Rees, as well as Grandmaster Erwin La-Ami, will come and share their insights to the games. The featured game that I would like to start with today is between Levon Aronian, the world number 2 rated player, playing the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana, also one of the two of the favorites, I should say, of this year's event. Levon has opened with the move 1, knight f3, and after knight f3 came knight f6, c4, c5. It's very interesting. I've always enjoyed this cat and mouse in the opening between top grandmasters. Caruana has a very deserved reputation with other players who like to play the Grunfeld defense. It's their favorite defense against 1d4. And when the white player hasn't really a very good idea of how to meet the mainline Grunfeld defenses, they tend to do side variations, knight f3, c4, and to keep their options very flexible as to how to meet the Grunfeld defense. So from Levon's point of view, it's clear that he doesn't have some super wonderful weapon to put the Grunfeld under a great deal of pressure. So he plays knight f3, c4, c5, and in this particular position, he now plays d4 as he's going for a very specific concrete variation, which I'd like to explain. But before we look at the move d4, I used to play this position as white myself a great deal, and I remember that I enjoyed playing the move e4. Okay, just a second. I just have to give myself, yes, e4. And the idea behind e4 is I was very happy, very, very happy indeed to play this specific ending as white, because it's not so much the fact that I've lost the right of castling. In fact, white's king is about to find itself on the c2 square where it's perfectly fine. But I like the fact that this pawn on c5 gives me a very easy play. I will play bishop e3, king c2, and I like this ending very much. In fact, this ending is so very good for white that after e4, just a moment, after e4, the main move is knight b4, which makes a lot of sense. 2 moves for white here, bishop b5 check, as well as bishop c4. I like the move bishop c4. And I remember playing against a grandmaster from Poland, Adam Kolegowski, I believe here in Wijk aan Zee, where we had this situation, knight d3, king e2. I was white again, and bishop e6 is played, bishop takes e6, knight takes e6, b4 takes knight d5. And I really like white's position, as white has a really nice center. When I play the moves g3 and king g2, I'll be very safe with my king, and although I'm a pawn down for the moment, I like white's position. But the reason why you don't see e4 very much, or not that often, excuse me, is that after knight c3, bishop c4, instead of the move knight d3, many players play bishop e6 check, bishop takes e6, knight d3 check, king f1, e takes f6. And even though black has these very awkward, bad, if you will, double pawns on the e-file, this knight on d3 is considered so very powerful that it's worth the shattered pawn structure. And so a lot of white players don't like to play this position. I do. It's a matter of taste. In the game, Levon has played d4, takes, g6. So again, it looks like a Grunfeld defense, but there's a very specific idea that Levon had in mind, which is to play bishop f4. In a normal Grunfeld order, to get this move bishop f4 in, white has had to commit his pawn to e4 and encourage black to trade on c3. Now that that trade has already taken place, white doesn't have to follow up with e4. So bishop f4, bishop g7, bishop e3. Castles, bishop d3, and I believe we've at the current position we're up to date. Let me just go back for a second and explain one of the things that I really like to do when I'm white, I do it in Blitz a lot, is after d4, in this Grunfeld defense, is to play this specific order of moves. Knight c3, d5, bishop f4, bishop g7, e3, castles, main line, and here I like the move queen b3. What's my idea? My idea is that as long as I can keep my pawns on d4 and e3, that construction of pawns limits the bishop on g7. My bishop on f4 is a little bit more active than black's dark squared bishop, and more specifically, I'm trying to get a kind of a Slav defense, or an exchange Slav, where black is already fianchettoed on the king's side, and I happen to like white's position. So this whole setup with d4 and e3 I actually find very attractive for white. Now let's see how that compares to what Levon has done today. We have this position, bishop d3, and Fabiano has to make a long-term decision here. From black's point of view, the question is how does he want to develop his queen side? Would he like to put his knight on c6 so that he will one day play for the move e5? Would he like to play the knight to c6 to a5 and later to put his bishop on e6 to control the c4 square? Or would he like to fianchetto his bishop and put his knight on d7? Really, there are so many plans from black's point of view, it's hard to choose which one, but you have to choose one. From white's point of view, white is very happy. If white can just simply castle, play queen b3, rook b1, a4, a5, and press black on the queen side, he'll have a free, easy advantage. So black has to actually initiate the play, or he has to accelerate the play. Black can't afford to just play safe, solid moves, as white has an inherently more active position. So one move that you absolutely have to calculate if you're black is queen a5. Obviously, attacking the pawn on c3. So from black's point of view, I don't think black is very upset about playing any ending, such as this. Queen takes, king takes. I think white has a small edge, but nothing absolutely major. And after a move, for example, like knight c6, maybe, let's say, rook c1, let me put the rook on c1, rook d8, something like king e2, I think that white has a small edge, but this is an ending that black should not be afraid. More concretely, after the move queen a5, I think what Fabiano has to calculate is the consequences of a pawn sacrifice. Castles by white, queen takes c3, rook c1, queen a3, rook takes c5, queen takes a2. Not the only move, of course, but queen takes a2. Many, many times in many mainline variations, white does in the Grunfeld sacrifice his pawn on a2. He gets always great compensation. Usually he has a pawn on e4. And this position has many similarities with others. However, again, I draw your attention to the fact that as long as a pawn is on e3, white's center is actually much safer, and this bishop on g7 is a lot more passive than normal Grunfeld. So if you want to win a pawn, Caruana has to calculate how he fancies this position. Let's go back. So that is the first major consideration is queen a5. If I were in black shoes, I would probably play the move knight c6, castles, and b7, b6. This is a very standard approach for Grunfeld defense players. From black's point of view, the half-open b file means that after a move like queen b3, pressure is brought to bear against the pawn on b7. So black is already strengthening his queen side to avoid being placed under pressure on b7. And black's idea is as simple as bishop b7, knight a5, rook c8, or sometimes knight a5, bishop e6. So that would be my approach. I know that when I was working with Victor Korchnoi as well as Jan Timman, they oftentimes in such positions liked a different approach. They like to play knight d7, castles, and the funny move knight b6. So again, the idea
Test.
Test.
Okay, it's there.
Moet die jouw laptop? Moet die nu even in jouw laptop? Doe maar helemaal.
Nee.
Oké.
Mag ik? Ja. Dus even Peter op willen zoeken. En dan kijken, zeggen dat hij dat wil ik laten rennen.
Oké.
Ga een stukje verder. Tot pauze. Ja, computer is een goede start.
Maar het zag er wel heel erg goed uit namelijk. Het was echt technisch top gewoon.
Ja,
Ik heb met het winnende team ingevuld. Met de winnende... Ik heb advies van Erwin Lamy bij de tiebreak vraag. Dus het wordt echt gewoon totaal geniaal voor mij dit jaar. Dus we kunnen de laatste avond helemaal los voor de prijsgeld. Heb je het verhaal van Ries gehoord trouwens van gisteren?
nee.
Hij heeft op straat geslapen.
Nee, dat dacht ik dus
Ja,
al.
echt.
Ik was er bang voor.
Hij heeft een uur op straat gelegen en toen is hij ergens toch wel naar binnen gekomen.
Nee, ik was er al bang voor.
Het zag eruit komen. Het is op zich een goed idee dat PD hem even opent, zeg maar, want hij heeft nog wel even nodig.
Ja, dat vind ik echt goed. Ja, ik zit echt helemaal te kutten met het geluid. Want dit heb ik helemaal uit moeten zetten. Maar nu kan ik ook niet meer terug horen.
Wat heb je moeten uitzetten?
Ja, de camera van de microfoon van mijn camera. Hier, deze. Die hoorde ik gisteren te vaak, zeg maar.
Maar ik weet niet wat je bedoelt.
Uitgezet.
Die?
Nee.
Waar was je naar?
Ja, hier is zo'n webcammetje.
Wat is er mee? Die heeft een camera.
Ja, die heeft ook een geluidje natuurlijk.
Oké.
En dus die hoor ik gewoon te vaak toen ik zoek het uit kan zetten. En, maar nu werkt het allemaal weer.
Hij doet het?
Ja, hij doet het nog.
Oké.
Dus wacht even tot Jasser terug is.
Ja. Zet je die logo erin?
Ja, die kut, waar heb je neergezet?
In de map.
Dat is wel een goede inderdaad. Zo. Oh, je pakt. Dat kun je even doen. Zet even die YouTube aan.
Wat, ja.
Je hebt de YouTube linkje.
Ja, die heb ik dus...
Hier heb je.
Kabel nog gevonden?
Nee.
Internet of Chrome.
Gewoon. Of daar internet is ook goed. Add picture shot. Dan hebben we die bij games, bij templates. In welk mapje heb je hem staan, Erik?
Tata 14.
Chess 400, ik heb hem.
En dan Tata Steel Round 2.
Lekker wel logootje.
Wil je hem fullscreen hebben?
Nee, ik wil hem zeg maar onder de...
Ja, daaronder, ja.
Ja, hij mag dus wel, als je... Even kijken, werkt het? Nee, het werkt niet. Ik moet zorgen dat hij daar een beetje te zien is.
Ja, maar die andere gaat
ja,
er
die
overheen.
andere,
Dus hij kan hoger, want die andere valt er overheen.
Oh ja. Nou wacht, dat ook wel. Dat ook wel.
Die maak je eens groter. Nee, nog meer boven. Ja, daar.
Ja.
Wel goed. Die erover. Hij kan nog meer, hè?
Ja.
Oh, stop. Peter, in eerste instantie. Wacht even. Zeg iets eruit?
Hallo.
Oh, dan moet ik alles gaan zitten invoeren. I have to enter all these lines. It's annoying, but okay.
Yeah, 3,
Okay.
1.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Tata Steel Chess Festival, the 76th edition. I'm your host, Grandmaster Yasser Serwan. I'm here with Peter Dockers. Peter, welcome aboard.
Hi, Yasser.
Peter is very
Hello.
famous from his website, Chess Vibes. There are basically 3 websites that I go to each and every day. Chess Vibes, Chess Base, The Week in Chess. I mean, I always make my selection, and now, of course, you're working with chess.com.
Yes.
We welcome Peter to help us go through the games in terms of the opening novelties and the new ideas that the players are bringing to the table. So, Peter, take it away. What game would you like to look at first in terms of the new ideas that the players are bringing to the table?
Yeah, I thought I'd start with the opening that's not really a regular guest.
The Budapest Gambit.
The Budapest Gambit. I mean, everybody likes a Gambit every now and then, I guess.
Yes.
And of course, it's this move that starts the fun.
E5 by black on move 2 in the game between
By the
Boris
way,
Gelfand.
did you
and
mention the alternative with Bishop F4?
No, not yet.
So what is your personal feeling playing with the bishop outside the chain or inside the chain in this?
Well, I
this line?
actually many years ago I played a line which I feel still today refutes the Budapest Gambit.
Ooh.
Refutes the very disappointing
Don't
news, of
mention
course.
it. Don't mention it.
To Budapest Gambit players, but I actually like to play the move Bishop F4, the main move. Oops, I just have to do this, excuse me.
Okay.
Bishop F4, so I can make some moves, new variation. And the idea is that in the main line of play, this of course has been played for decades. Takes immediately is considered the most precise order of moves, and Queen E7. Now here, in the good old days, they used to play different moves, E4 and so forth and so on. I have played G3. And I like this line very much. Oh, pardon me. No, not G3, not here. I apologize. Queen D5 is the main move. I apologize. New variation. F6, takes, knight takes, attacking the queen, queen back, D6, and now G3. And I like this very much. The idea is that after castles, for example, bishop G2, if black plays knight e4, which seems very seductive, castles, bishop f5, knight here, and black can resign. So the whole line with knight e4 is wrong, and black has to take another approach. Usually black has played knight e5 against me and had a very bad game. So I think bishop f4 is the strongest and ends up refuting the Benko Gambit, but at one time Peter Svidler played the Benko Gambit, and there he was. The Budapest, pardon me. There he was playing the Budapest Gambit, and he's playing against Vladimir Kramnik. And Vladimir Kramnik played a move here which put Peter Svidler, that's it. He never played the Budapest Gambit again. And what Vladimir Kramnik did was play knight h3, which was a most annoying move. And what Peter discovered was that after he recaptured the pawn, Vladimir played e3. And what Vladimir's idea was simply to control the d5 square. Vladimir's idea is he's going to play knight f4, knight c3, bishop e2, and he's just going to keep the d5 outpost. And Peter was really put off by Vladimir's approach. In this game, Boris Gelfand has just played like this. And take it away. What do you think of this? I'm not that enthusiastic about White's advantage
of course, the bishop c5 is a very healthy move and basically forces e3.
Yes.
So that White has to play with the bishop inside the chain. Slightly less active.
Yes.
Yeah. And, well, next few moves are pretty normal, of course. There's some move order issues, but it's not a big deal, I think.
Right.
And this is basically the big point for black to choose plans. In this position, rook e8 and d6 are very natural developing moves and played the most, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
And in those variations with rook e8, b3, d6, and bishop b2, I always felt that white was better. But the modern approach, I call him Shaq, the Mamidarov, because I can't pronounce his name, and others have taken a very interesting modern approach, and they played a5, rook a8 to a6, and swung the rook.
Wasn't there a game Gelfand Karjakin? Or Karjakin? Suddenly remember a game where
that
Black
idea was
won very quickly in a top level game. I didn't check it in my notes before, but maybe I can find it later.
okay.
But it's actually the plan Richard chose.
Right.
A5, very interesting idea. The rook switch. Maybe we can actually show it with the
Yes.
program. The rook switch to here or here, and potential attack.
And that's a much more dynamic approach, and I like this idea of rook a5, rook a8, a6, and across the board you go, because the other old way of playing rook e8, d6, it just struck me as too passive, and white keeps an overall grip.
Yeah.
So continue. How did Boris Gelfand, also one of the great opening theoreticians,
Absolutely. So he must believe that white has an edge here as well, of course.
Yes, of course.
But at the same time, there's always the possibility that he avoids the most tricky lines because he didn't expect. I think Richard is actually quite a creative player in openings. He tries a lot of things. Yesterday he played 1b3, for example.
Right.
Yeah. So it's quite possible Gelfand wasn't fully prepared for it.
Okay.
He goes for a solid position, king h1. And of course, there goes our argument for a5. Because the very next move, black shuts down the whole rook switch option, at least for the moment. So there must be other advantages to the early a5.
Right. Well, let's go back and just for this moment, because why didn't the central question is, if you're going to play a5, you're going to say a. Why didn't he say b? So if I understand Gelfand's perspective, what Boris was thinking is with this move king h1, what he's obviously preparing is f4. And probably this knight, I mean, rook d6 is an option, but probably this knight one day has to go back. And now he's thinking that this rook on a6 will not be able to swing across very nicely to the h6 and g6 squares. And arguably the rook is simply misplaced on a6.
Right.
So this move king h1 is annoying. You don't let
Subtle,
the guy do what he wants to do. He doesn't let him play. So
well, I
after
guess
d6,
Richard is arguing that a5 has multiple purposes. The bishop might be able to drop back to a7 at some point. You're basically preventing an early a3 and b4 already. So there must be, of course, it's not just a loss of tempo in this position. I think it fits very well with the structure.
yes. So a5 is useful, semi-useful move, and if he has coaxed the tempo losing king h1 from white, well, maybe he's not so unhappy.
Yep.
How did the game continue? f4?
Well, I think this is the moment where I joined, so I think it's good to, if we're just going to go through the opening quickly of all 6
Please.
games, I would suggest to go to the next one.
Okay.
And that, let me see, that is Giri Knightage, so we're going to close this, we're going to open
up a
Giri
new one.
Knightage, and I will click this one.
And
And
this
we're
was a
actually-
very,
We'll start with the start.
yes, very exciting, dynamic game.
Yes,
And I saw that Arkady,
Bogo Indian,
yes,
Efim Bogolyubov
yes.
was the name. You would almost forget that he also played a World Championship match.
Yes, of course,
Yeah.
against Alexander Alatine,
Yes.
sure. And he was very famous for saying, when I'm white, I win because I'm white, and when I'm black, I win because I'm Bogolyubov.
Yes. So Knightage
D5.
probably wants to win because he's Knightage.
Yes.
And it's the start of a sharp position because the opening the opening will be the center will be opened, and there's lots of tension going on, and
Right.
still I think in the old days they said close the center and then attack, but
Yes.
these days it's
attack
immediately,
regardless of whether the center is closed or not.
Yes.
Now I like well this move from the days of Frank Marshall. Frank Marshall made the move H2 H4 very popular because he was very famous for sacrificing, and he loved bishop takes H7 check. The move H4 is a preparatory move for bishop H7 check, knight G5 check, and hockey mate.
Let's just show it by adding this silly little move to see the idea. And now, of course,
the rook on H1 is suddenly in the game.
It's completely over.
Exactly, F5 G6. And
so that's basically white's threat.
Yes, right. And so you have to deal with it. How did Arkady deal with that one?
Yeah, it's not very often, I think, that you actually meet H4 with G6. It's usually the other way around.
Right.
But
G6 is
right now G6 is played, inviting H5, perhaps.
And he did.
But of course, because of the center, that's very, very tense and very, very. Yeah, it's anything can happen still.
Right.
I think black says you can play this. So there we go.
So center
CD4.
Collapsing.
And now, and it's funny, you can actually see that this type of position with white is mostly played by quite aggressive players. There's a game by Ivan Cheparinov, for example, former coach of a second of Veselin Topalov. He played Queen C2 in this line immediately.
Preparing a bishop sacrifice against G6.
And let me see. Yeah, he did win this game actually. There was a game. Well, it went a bit strange, but it was like this.
Wow. And
then black decided to exchange some pieces with D3.
Right.
Oops, I have to.
New variation. Yeah.
But in the end, white did manage to get some attack, and he won.
Okay. By the way, it's very hard to play a move like bishop D3 F1 when everything is going forward.
Absolutely.
It is very hard to make such a retreating move.
Yeah, yeah.
But what was Anish's choice after taking on D4?
Did I override the game? I'm not sure.
No, I don't think. Or no.
So did Anish also play Queen C2?
Yes, he did play, but he didn't go bishop F1.
Ah, okay, okay.
So bishop F1 has been previously seen.
I have other. Okay, I think I made a mistake here.
All right, sorry.
So this is the game. Are we in here?
I think it's the one there. Yes, he did play it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
Queen D5. Excellent.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're back.
We're
so
back.
Queen C2. I missed this for a moment. Queen C2 was also played in this game, of course.
Okay.
And bishop F1 was apparently a bit too strange for Anish to repeat.
Right.
Or maybe he felt this was stronger.
He has to go forwards. Yes.
So the pieces are exchanged. And we've reached this still quite sharp early middle game. And
very sharp. I would say in some ways both sides are kind of burning bridges here.
Yes.
I mean, this is not going to be the boring Grandmaster draw.
Which is, I think, pretty normal for Arkady, but I'm not sure if Anish likes to play like this.
Right.
Usually he's a little bit more safe, on safe mode. And,
exactly. He
so,
likes to keep control.
Yeah.
And it's very easy to lose control in such positions. But do you have an evaluation of this situation, or this line of play is being tested for the first time?
Yeah, I think, let me see, knight c5, I believe that cd5 should be the novelty in that case.
So in this position after knight c5, the previous examples were bishop f1, cd5's novelty, change, queen takes d5, knight e4, and white is basically saying, look, I'm going to play bishop g5 and crush you on the h file or on the f6 square. You better do something. All right.
I should correct myself.
All right.
Actually, oh, this is the bishop f1 line again. Okay. No. Okay. So we have to go on to the next game now, otherwise we probably go into much detail anyway.
All right.
Let's look at So against Nakamura.
Okay, go ahead. Close the window and open up the new game. Yeah. and again c4, e6. So we get a Queen's Gambit declined, semi-Slav variation c6,
Yeah.
e4 as was played in the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen
Yeah.
and
Absolutely.
Anand. And instead of taking on e4, bishop b4.
Yeah.
So a very different line of play. Wesley is clamped down in the center, e5. So it has some similarities with a French defense, but instead of white having a pawn on c2, the pawn on the French defense is now on c4.
Yes.
c5, breaking in the center as is common in the Winnower. Takes, a3, going for the two bishops. And have all of these moves been seen before?
It's amazing that this is already a line that has hardly been played. There's one game which actually just in a few moves ended in a draw between Jovanka. No, do you know if Jovanka Huska has a brother?
No, I didn't actually.
I see a M Huska in the database.
Well, there
It's a
you
long
go.
time ago. It's against Jacob Agard.
Yes.
Or maybe it's Olgard in Danish.
Or Jacob.
or just Jacob, yeah. Of
Yeah.
course, now working very hard for the publisher Quality Chess.
Doing
used to be-
quality work.
Absolutely, and he used to be a very active grandmaster, and this is a game from '98, and it was a quick draw. But in general, this line was just very little played. I think after c5, cd5, queen takes d5, we are left with just a couple of games in the database.
Sorry. After e5, what did you mean, Peter?
After cd5, this position has hardly been seen actually in grandmaster practice. So it's very interesting to see that.
The players are exploring new territory.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. It's
And did you say queen takes d5 has been played in the
queen
class?
takes d5 has been played as well, and that was actually
A different approach.
a 2400 player played it in 2008,
Okay.
and I guess it's also a decent move.
Sure.
And knight c6, bishop b5 was played.
Like knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5?
Yeah.
Knight f3, knight c6. So this variation, yes.
And now something interesting followed, cd4.
Okay, with a not so subtle threat of queen
Yes.
takes b5. Yeah.
This is very nice. It's like symmetry, and it's also pins all around.
All around.
Queen takes d4.
Whoa.
A really nice game.
Whoa.
Look at this position. It's just
Okay, but
queen b5,
yeah.
and then queen g4.
What? Sacrificing a piece?
Yeah, I'm afraid Black was winning this game very quickly.
I
So
think,
I'm not sure if this is all correct,
yeah, I think
but
that
I
could
just
be,
thought I'd show what can
an
happen
example.
as early as this. Yeah.
Oops. Yes, no, this certainly didn't work out for white. Pardon me, Hikaru took a different approach. He recaptured with the pawn, basically liberating his bishop on c8, which seems more fitting, let's say. 97, castles, and they've reached this position. And
Is it a good French? Is it a good win hour for Black?
you know, it's still hard for me to say. I think I mean, I always like the two bishops. I like the center. But on the other hand, the bishop on c8 is actually a decent piece for a change. I mean, I can see lines where Black can play bishop g4, knight f5, and put pressure on the d4 pawn. So the jury's still out, in my view. I think that we'll have to see over the next few moves who comes out with an opening edge.
Okay.
Shall we move on?
Absolutely.
What other
Let's look at the top game of this round.
This is Aronian's
Levan
game?
Aronian, Fabiano Caruana.
Again, an opening I found to be very fascinating when I started the first video stream of round 2. I focused on this game and was doing my best to explain the very small, subtle difference between having a pawn on e3 in a Grunfeld, keeping the bishop on g7 passive, versus having the pawn on e4 when Black's pressure against the d4 square is much more severe. Now in this position, which I thought was a very pregnant moment, and I was explaining that there are many plans for Fabiano Caruana, that he had to consider queen a5, knight c6, knight d7. and I explained that actually knight d7 was my choice, where knight c6 was my choice, but knight d7 would be the choice of Timman and Korchnoi, where they would want to go knight b6 and knight d5. He did play knight d7.
Okay.
And is there much theory on this particular line?
Yeah, well, the thing is, of course, first what we discussed earlier during the break, of course, it's very interesting, these anti-Grunfelds. This is actually, of course, it started as a symmetrical English.
Right.
But it's black, of course, transposing to this Grunfeld. So it's the psychological things going on. I really want to play my Grunfeld, whatever you do.
Right.
I like this this kind of approach. And
Exactly.
And Levon early in the tournament, very strong opponent, maybe a solid line because of that. But this is basically a position where bishop d3 is actually a rare move. Somehow, people I should unclick this one, right?
Yes.
People have preferred the active
New variation. Yeah.
the active bishop c4 and also the very healthy bishop e2. Bishop d3 is somehow
Less
rare
popular.
and less popular, and it's interesting. Yeah, you would say that the bishop on e2 is very, very solid. You would never really have to worry about the bishop g4 or anything, and the bishop c4 is the active choice. So I wonder what would be the typical advantage of the d3 square. Maybe just preventing a bishop f5 early on.
It's funny. The reason why I found bishop d3. Okay, in this particular position, before white moves, you might just stop and think about this position for a moment, and you would say to yourself, well, if it was black, somehow black was on turn, one of the things as black that I would find compelling is to play b6, fianchetto the queen side bishop, or b6 bishop a6, or b6 bishop b7, and Grunfeld play. And I thought that bishop d3 was directed against, was preventing b6 because of bishop e4.
Okay.
You know, you just go and skewer the rook in the corner. So if bishop e2 seems a little bit passive, I agree, it's solid. But bishop c4 might have been the most attractive move to me. But bishop d3 was Levon's choice.
Yeah. And
then came knight d7.
Yeah, and it's basically quite a typical middle game position, but simply with very little
experience.
There's very little games in this particular piece setup.
Okay.
But of course.
And castles is the most natural move. And queen a5. Okay. Queen c2. I find that move a little peculiar, I must say. I had explained to the audience that in general, in such positions, it's much more common for white to play queen b3, just with the idea of putting a little bit pressure on against the b7 pawn, and playing for ideas like a4 and queen b5. So queen c2 I find a little bit subtle. Takes. E5. Okay, so e5. Normally speaking, if black can get this in, and there's a whole lot of swapping and trading going on, black is satisfied with the outcome. Let's see what has happened. Bishop g3, deferring a lot of trading for the moment, and Caruana to play. Well, let's just continue the line. I guess the real question is how white wants to recapture here. I'm thinking if white recaptures with the knight, then black will want to play knight c5 and go after white's bishop. If you recapture with the pawn, for the moment, the knight on d7 is contained, but on the other hand, is the isolated pawn good, weak, strength? The jury's out and will be out for the next few months.
Yeah, I would feel black still has to solve his issue of development, and is not yet fully in time to control the d5 square completely. There will be rook b1 at some point. The b6 move is still not attractive. So where do you develop your queen's bishop? F5 is not a good square. Okay, maybe e6 will be a good square.
Right.
So you have to go knight f6 and bishop e6, I would say.
Or again, one of the things that one of the reasons I should say that Grunfeld players really like the Grunfeld is to keep the the diagonal, the diagonal open for a while. So knight b6, not just with the idea of occupying d5, but to shield the b7 square, b7 pawn, and maybe if black is in time to play, as you mentioned, bishop e6, he might get rook c8 in a tempo against the queen on c2. So jury's still out here. It's white could play, from white's point of view, rook b1, rook b5, or bishop e5, and still everything to play for. We don't know what will be. So continue with our other featured
exploration.
Yes, explorations. And I notice we have our webcam up and running, so you can see the players walking around. I see Hikaru on the screen there.
Hikaru looking comfortably.
Yes.
Fabiano trying to solve the issues we've just discussed.
Yes.
Let's go to birthday boy Sergei Karyakin.
I didn't realize that.
It was his birthday today.
Okay.
I think he turned 24. 1990, born in the famous 1990 generation, so he turned 24.
So young.
Yes.
Oh my. This looks extremely boring. Let's see how the players achieve this. Okay, so we have a Queen's Gambit decline, Bishop f4 line, Knight d7, a3, c5. Okay, so, boy, I think I've seen many games with this variation. I know that Timur Radjabov, as we know, a great proponent of the King's Indian defense, at one time he was taking up the Queen's Gambit decline and basically proving quite successfully most of the time that this isolated queen pawn was rather balanced. Bishop e5 to try to control the d4 square, bishop f6, and probably a dozen or more games must exist in this particular position.
Yeah, in fact, it was a big game by Radjabov himself, one of the most recent games in this line. Of course, Radjabov launched this new big opening in his repertoire for the 2011 Kazan candidates, where he performed very well.
He did indeed.
And there was a crucial game, blitz game, I believe, with Kramnik, where with the clock issue and everything.
Oh yes, drama.
But yeah, this opening became very popular, and it's always been extremely solid.
Yes.
And there was a game between his competitors and good friends, Shahryar Mamediyarov. It was in Beijing, and yeah, this ending came on the board. In that game, White decided to take with a knight. So that's an I think that's the first really interesting question you would want to ask here is would you like to play the classical knight versus the d pawn position, or
take on e6? You mean not he traded on e6? Sorry, Peter.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. He allowed the exchange on d4.
Yes, right. Yeah, no, exactly. So the question is does White want to keep his pawn on e3? And in this game, he has gone for what I think is a rather minimal but safe advantage. In other words, the difference, the pawns are obviously, the structure is absolutely equal. The difference is that White's bishop on d3 is a better bishop than the bishop on d7. Whether that advantage can be decisive, I think, is a big ask. But on the other hand, from White's point of view, in Grandmaster chess today, it's sort of like you get the advantage that you can get, and you just keep squeezing in the style of Magnus Carlsen, and you grind the guy down. But in any case, a minimal plus for White at the moment, I'd say.
Yes.
All right. And what?
And the last game of the Masters group.
Yes.
Is another interesting one, and especially in terms of the opening.
Okay.
Which is Lenian Dominguez from Cuba against
Luke. Yes.
King Luke, as he always used to call him on the online.
That was his handle.
Yeah, his old handle.
Yes.
We open the game and we start from here.
So we have e4. Luke has been playing Sicilian basically his whole career, and he really likes Najdorf.
Yes.
But in this case, today he is opened with the accelerated G6 variation.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he has played this a lot actually, but of course, the thing is he's not only playing against a big theoretician. Lenier Dominguez also plays the Najdorf himself.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe at some point he decided that the Najdorf would be a lot of work. Yeah,
right. He was asking too much. Yes. Yes.
So sometimes you need to be practical and.
Right. I was many years ago. As I was attracted to this line by Black, Bishop G7, because I wasn't fearful of the move D4, D5, and I wasn't terribly fearful of the move C4. The reason that I was put off from Bishop G7 was this capture on C5, which happens to be Dominguez's choice.
Yes.
And here he chose C3. And again, the reason I was put off this whole line from Black's perspective is because I thought the position after Bishop D2, obviously I'm required to take the pawn, Bishop C3, I don't want to trade off. I mean, I made such an effort to fianchetto my bishop, I don't really want to trade off my bishop. I have to put my knight instead in the way of the bishop, knight f6, knight d2. I thought castles. I didn't see a better choice. And now white has an option of knight b3 at once, or bishop d3. And somehow I just thought that this bishop on c3 was very irritating. I mean, it counterbalances my bishop on g7, and I thought that white had a plus over other lines of the Perk defense. And so this was why this move order, I was put off by it. Dominguez played c3, and if I can ask you, is c3 the most popular move, or is bishop d2 more popular?
I think it's close, but okay. I didn't really check the statistics on these different moves. But I do remember one thing. Do you remember the very thick book that came out in the 90s called Nunn's Chess Openings?
Oh yes, oh yes, yes. The back.
Yeah, Mr. John Nunn, I think twice winner of Wijk aan Zee.
Yes.
One of my heroes when I played a lot of tournaments in the 90s. I always studied his Beating the Sicilian books a lot, and he was of course a pioneer in working with computers. So he wrote a lot of books with table bases, but he also was very early with publishing opening books with very thorough computer analysis.
Exactly.
And I think what they were trying to make clear is that Nunn's Chess Openings was kind of an encyclopedia book.
Right.
But all computer checked.
Right.
And I think there was something like they were writing on the blurb on the back of the book. There were like dozens and dozens of novelties found by the computer.
Right.
And this was one of the lines that basically, I think they claimed that they basically refuted this whole system for black in this book. In this book, unfortunately, I don't have the book with me. It's in Amsterdam, so I couldn't really check what was the line back then. And it's quite possible that modern computers have already found improvements for black.
Right.
I'm not an expert, but I do remember buying this book many years ago and going through this line, adding it to my repertoire, and completely forgetting about it every time I got it on the board.
The reputation.
Yes.
The problem is that John Nunn is such a popular author. You could be absolutely sure that the people knew the reputation. Yes. It's like no, everybody's lining up to beat your variation.
But I do remember it's something with c3 and an early knight a3, and that's what my knowledge ends with, and this comes on the board.
And it turns out that Dominguez, as you say, great theoretician, plays knight a3 as well, which doesn't at first sight the move knight a3 doesn't attract you, and yet as you start to look at the move knight a3, you understand that what white is ready to do, given the chance. Bishop e3 a tempo, knight b5 could come with tempo. Black's queen can end up in a little bit of trouble. So he has to now navigate some treacherous waters.
Yeah, and what surprises me, when I look at the clock, I see Luke has spent quite a lot of time already.
A bad sign?
And I think that must have been on the move queen a5, his very last move.
Mm-hmm.
While knight a3 is known, is played by grandmasters. So I'm a bit surprised that if you play this line with black,
that you're not ready for
you're surprised
3,
by
4, 5 moves.
this early. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm quite curious about this. What happened exactly?
Okay.
And now, of course, Dominguez is thinking, and why?
Mhm.
Because queen a5 is a very rare move. I'm not even sure if it was played before. In this position, black has actually tried taking on c3.
Wow. All right.
But it doesn't really work, I'm afraid.
Okay,
it was a
let's
game,
have fun. Bishop takes c3 check.
I found a game by Kasim Jamnov with white, playing Ad van den Berg, a senior player from Holland, an amateur player.
Okay.
And this didn't really work out. Queen takes c3.
Check, yes.
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2.
Yeah.
Queen takes.
Queen takes a3.
So black is very happy he's 2 pawns ahead. However, he has issues.
Yes.
Okay.
Kasim Jamnov went on developing very quickly with bishop c4, rook c1. Sometime at
Rook
some point
c1 first.
I can tell you the moves.
Yes,
bishop
please.
c4, knight c6.
Okay. Bishop c4 immediately. Knight c6.
Rook c1.
Okay.
Knight f6. You wonder if you can play the d6 first, of course, but there might be some issues. Yeah.
Right.
e5. Knight e4.
Okay.
And then he just castled.
And he said, "I'm 2 pawns down,
Yeah.
but guess what?
It's
I've got great development and great attacking." So bishop h6, bishop queen d5 are very attractive, and if you take on d2, queen takes d2,
That's what he did. Yeah.
you really, your king is not going to be very safe on the king side, and maybe you're not very happy on the queen side either.
Mhm.
This looks far too dangerous.
Yeah.
Michael Tal somewhere is smiling.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Give me the white pieces, says Michael. All right. Well,
And
very
the other
nice. Yes, please.
big move here is, of course, the normal developing
d6.
d6 new
Yes.
variation. And then we have a game that's interesting actually. Hikaru Nakamura played this once against Alexander Wojtkiewicz
Wojciech. Yeah.
in 2005.
Okay.
And
So
that's a6,
yeah, you're facing bishop e3,
queen
Yeah.
c6, and then a funny little move, queen a7,
knight a7, forking
Knight a7,
queen,
knight a7.
forking queen and bishop. So white
takes,
wins the 2 bish.
and queen b3. And Hikaru eventually also won this game. And
As
yeah,
white.
with the bishop pair, I guess you already can claim a slight edge here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another way of playing against the early d6. And then the main move, of course, is the developing knight f6.
Okay.
But this can bump into e5.
Right.
You can also play other moves, but this is principled.
Right. But now can we play knight g4?
Knight g4. And this might be one of those critical lines I remember from that book I mentioned. There might be some some early knight b5, something with b4. I vaguely remember, but I just looked at a recent game by a grandmaster who played this in the Turkish. No, it was actually in Reykjavik. In the Reykjavik Open Tournament.
Okay.
Dragan Solak played with white, a Serbian grandmaster who's now playing for Turkey.
Okay.
And he went very simply
Queen
for
d4.
the queen d4.
Well, you
Yeah.
have to stop queen f2 mate,
Yes.
of course, and also protecting the e5 pawn. Yes.
Yeah.
So queen d4 looks like the most normal.
Yeah.
And you're attacking the knight, so d6 is
d6 was played,
right.
and then he just went for the ending. The knight goes to the
d5,
square.
very annoying.
and then he just protected bishop f4.
And
the
this looks
problem
very
is
pleasant
you
for
either
white.
have to allow your knight kick back to h6.
After h3.
Maybe
yes.
f6 would be an alternative, but in this game
Bishop e6 was
he
the
allowed
choice.
this, and then the knight had to go there.
And this just looks very smelly. Knight g5.
And this is a
knight
nice
e3.
ending for white, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This looks very pleasant for white.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that stinks.
So in general, yeah. So in general, if white knows what he's doing against this early g6 and c5 line, He must keep an advantage. But it should be a surprise weapon, I believe. And,
Yes.
and in the game, well, Luke played something interesting, and he went back to a5 voluntarily.
So we'll just get to what has happened, which was queen going back to a5. But somehow this too doesn't give us full satisfaction, because it's like black is making a lot of tempo moves with the queen, and has Dominguez met queen a5?
No,
he's still
thinking
as well.
So again,
Very
of course, potential huge lead in development, and I guess he's trying to find the most aggressive, the most critical setup.
And that,
dangerous.
Yeah, that's what I would be thinking as white as well. That my opponent's moving back and forth with his queen. You know, I've got to go in kill mode now. You know, I've really got to try to take him out. I noticed in some of the games that you brought to our attention, white has been playing the move bishop c4, and you know, I believe in development as much as anybody. As much as I like the move knight c4 gaining a tempo, the move bishop c4 seems to me, at least to my uninitiated eyes, to be a kind of a critical move, because if I can combine it with ideas like knight g5 or e5 or castles, and maybe even queen b3, and if I can cause black some distress, one idea, just for what it's worth, a distressful idea for black might be some position like this, right, where I cause the position to be somewhat opened, and black has lost castling privileges. I can't make an instant evaluation, but at least bishop c4 I would find attractive. Peter, thank you very much. Peter Dogger, yes, Peter Doggers, everybody, from Chess Vibe's website, one of my sites that I visit each and every day. Thank you again, Peter. Okay, let us come and see what has happened between our featured game. Okay, I apologize. We're just going to take a small break. Probably at the end of our break, we'll be joined by Grandmaster Robert Rees. And I thank you for joining us, and we will be back after our short break. Thank you.
3, 2, 1.
Hello everybody and welcome back to our Tata Steel Chess streaming from Wijk aan Zee here in Holland. Your host, Grandmaster Yasser Cyril. Welcome, Robert Riss.
Thank you, Yasser.
To our commentary, and the press center was just buzzing. I went for a quick coffee break and everybody was laughing because in this position that we have on our board, Luke Van Velde went into a 45-minute think, and everybody was saying, well, the transmission isn't working. Queen A5, not the... Oh, pardon me, yeah, after knight A3, Queen A5. Then Dominguez went into a 30-minute think, and he's come up with Queen D5. Not the first move either. What's your take, Robert?
It's really hard to get, actually, for me, because I don't really know what went through Luke's mind, actually, before he played Queen A5.
Right.
The same counts actually for Dominguez. I didn't expect Queen D5 actually. I would expect rather a developing move like Bishop
C4, what we had actually wrote a moment ago. Let me see if I can somehow get my mouse to work. Oh, there it is. No, where's my mouse? There it is. Yeah, I was actually expecting
Bishop C4 or?
Bishop C4.
Is it not standing in the way of the knight?
Yeah, I don't know. But the idea, of course, was like, hey, if black's going to move his queen around, I'm just going to bring out my pieces. I may play Queen B3, try to provoke, you know, like E6, and, you know, I thought Bishop C4. Now, what we were actually, there was a game that Peter Doggers has mentioned, that Kasimdzhanov, it had gone... Well, now I forgot. But the essential point was that after the move Queen D5, it was Bishop C3, B C3, Queen C3, and in the previous position, Kasimdzhanov just played Bishop D2, Queen takes A3, Bishop C4 was 2 pawns down, and had a great game, right? So I was looking at this position in the press room with Erwin Lamy, and we looked at Queen D5, we were impressed by it. In other words, if black is so cooperative as to play Queen takes D5, E takes D5, D6, Knight B, Knight B5, Knight A6, well, Bishop E3, White has basically everything. I mean,
very nice bind.
Everything.
Knight on B5 is wonderful.
A7 pawn, and you know, if I provoke B6, well, then the other knight could go to D4, maybe to C6. It's all working very nicely. So the only drawback to the move Queen D5 that I can see is that you can't defend the rook on A1, and so maybe he's forced because Queen take. Oh, pardon me, Knight C6.
Knight C6 actually was the move I was thinking about.
Yeah, but I think it's ruined after Bishop C4. You simply don't like this. You
really don't want to play E6.
Exactly. You really don't want to play E6. You know, like let's just take a look.
Let's be concrete. Actually, it's not a bad move. You're attacking the bishop right away, so you getting control over the dark squares, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's smelly.
It smells.
Yeah. There's something about that D6 square that's simply a magnet for White's pieces, right?
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, well, it's just going to be a little suffering for... So the only reason why Queen D5 may not simply be excellent to crushing, I think... Oops, how did that happen? Queen D5 was this move Bishop C3. I tried to defeat it tactically. Oops, nope, I blew it. Queen D5.
Bishop takes C3 here, yeah?
Right. So let's see if I can cheapo my way. I think black's position is really...
It's very suspicious of
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
especially with black. You normally you cannot get away with making only moves with your queen, so...
Of course.
But you have to, you have to go... There's no way back now for black, actually. Yeah.
Right. So concretely, to take it away for you first, what do you think? How if you were in this position and your opponent has played Bishop C3, you look at captures, you look at Knight D2. I don't know what else comes to your mind. What comes to you?
Always look at captures first.
Of course.
That's what you taught me.
Exactly. And it's a good rule.
Let's check it. Yeah.
Okay, we have to take.
You have to take queen takes.
Okay, and
now I wish we could trap the queen somehow after
Right.
But
so
how? Queen d2 or
so you would start probably with say king d1.
king d1 maybe is a nice
King
move.
d1,
Yes,
yeah.
right.
And we take a rook. I mean, what
Only
else
move,
can we,
otherwise you're
your
piece down.
And now we have to do something like knight e5 so that the queen can't run away.
That's a nice move actually.
And
Although
we have ideas with knight e5 so that we can play knight
there's some
c2.
mating threat on f7, but
Yes.
um,
Well, they're threats. Let's say.
they're not really mate indeed. But
Okay.
let's say e6. or-
Right. Okay. So in we go. So we're there. Now, we haven't trapped the queen, but we have ideas like knight c2 or knight b5.
Yeah, actually, this looks pretty nice. Yeah, the knight jumping to f7.
Right.
c7, sorry.
Yes, that would be with mating potential.
Black's position has totally been paralyzed.
Yeah, I mean,
Look at that queen side. Yeah.
you know, it's very strange. At the chessboard, you know, we all have our fears. We see that our opponent's going to double our pawns or things like that. But one of my greatest fears, I don't know if it is to be on the wrong side of a brilliancy. And that this brilliancy is going to be published all over the world. And this has the feel that, you know, you're just going to go down in a heap of glory. And in all of the children's textbooks for the next 200 years, your game is going to be featured.
It somehow reminds me of the game played in Wijk between Garry Kasparov against Topalov, the
Yeah.
famous rook takes d6 move.
Of course.
And yeah, just for the history,
Yeah.
you have to accept the
consequence.
challenge. Yeah. So right here, I think it's basically forced actually. Just this line, queen takes a1,
Yeah.
and knight e5 looks good. What
Right.
what
Again,
else?
you're trying to keep the queen on a1 from jumping back to g7
Yeah.
or f6. And
Yeah.
so you're blocking the diagonal, and you have hopes of still trapping the queen. I don't know. King c2, bishop b2 is one idea, and simply, well, knight c2 and developing
Right.
with tempi and knight b5 and okay. So
Actually, I have an
Please.
idea here.
yes.
Instead, maybe you can simply ignore
Okay.
the threat on taking f7. So
Let's go.
what about just a developing move like
This?
knight to f6?
So
You're
with
attacking the queen. So
Casito. Yep.
grab the pawn,
Yep.
king d8,
Yep.
only move,
Yep.
and
I like queen g7. Give me the rook.
all right.
So
Maybe you can try to keep the rook, but there are also possibilities of
counter attack.
counter-attack. Yeah.
Queen
take-
d4 check is queen e5 is
Yeah.
so many possibilities. But well, I'm not sure if you went rook g8, knight f7 check, king c7, or maybe king. Oh, maybe you can go back to e8.
Back to e8, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, jeez. Then I had a blind spot. Sorry. I was thinking king
Yeah,
c7, knight b5, and the hunt was on.
Yeah.
But
you
it's
felt,
not a
you
hunt
felt like you
anymore.
were driven back to the queen side.
Yeah, no, sorry. I've stepped into a snare. We have to go back. So what else could I do? I suppose I have to protect my knight.
Yeah.
Knight c4.
AC4. I
Yeah,
guess.
sure. You bring that guy into. And this is not convincing. No, I must say
Your exchange down, yeah, but
I'm down.
you
and
have to prove something, and
my king is still in the wrong.
Yeah.
D1 is not the happiness that didn't bring me. So we have to go back a bit, because your move knight f6 is really a good.
maybe instead of knight,
E5.
after taking on a1,
Mm-hmm.
grabbing the exchange, maybe white should try to find something else.
Okay.
But it's not so easy, as otherwise the queen will indeed come back to g7.
Right.
I was thinking a move like bishop c4 can
Reasonable. Well,
just normal
absolutely.
developing move. But
Queen,
queen
runs
G7.
all the way home. Yeah.
and what's next? Knight b5 or
You knight b5, knight a6.
knight
then?
a6?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Black is fine here. I guess black escapes.
Yeah,
Knight F6.
somehow it looks okay. So if we take, I mean, it looks gross. If we go back just a moment, we don't go bishop c4. We just go back here. We take the rook, and we imagine that black's move, what he really needs is knight f6 as well as queen g7. So knight e5 looked very compelling a moment ago. I'm going to waste an entire tempo to play e5. So what's my idea? Twofold. Obviously to stop knight f6. Secondly, to stop your queen retreat. And so I'm drawn to this move because I'm thinking, like you were just about to mention, that bishop c4. If I can provoke e6, then I'm happy, right? So what do you think about this? Now maybe you can play d6 or...
You need to get your pieces into play. So
Of course.
d6 is
Almost
looks reasonable.
looks attractive, yes. Okay, and knight b5, you're good to play knight b5, knight a6, is that?
But your queen is almost trapped, yeah?
My queen or your queen? Black's queen.
Black's queen, yeah.
Oh, knight c2 is, you mean...
Knight c2, queen b1 still, but...
Right, and the trap has not closed completely. Yeah.
I was thinking of moves like king c2 with bishop b2, but the problem is that after a move like king c2, you simply don't have enough time to execute the idea. As I think a move like knight c6 is very nice. And
Yeah,
knight before check. Yeah.
Oh, it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good game. Can you sign my sources?
Right.
Okay, but d6, knight b5. Let's toss that one into the fire. I'm assuming knight a6 to stop knight c7 kind of ideas. Bishop c4. Let's keep going forwards, ever forwards. If you play bishop e6, I wanted to capture on b7.
Nice one.
Well, it's still rook d8. It's still a complete tactical mess, isn't it? I mean,
or even rook c8 maybe.
Rook c8, another move I didn't consider, but also looks quite good, right?
Yeah, black's taking over here. Yeah.
It seems so. So still we haven't refuted bishop c3 at the moment. First of all, has Luke responded to queen d5? Oh, he has. How very sad. He took on d5.
He did?
Yeah, and played knight f6.
Spoils all the fun, yeah?
Spoils all the fun. Here we are, deeply engrossed in queen traps and king moves. And
that's a real pity, yeah?
Yeah.
I thought we were taken back to the 19th century or...
Exactly, the era of romantic chess, as we would say.
So he took, yeah?
He took, and played knight f6, and Dominguez to play at this moment. And I think Erwin and I both considered that this position was simply favorable for white.
Normally you would like to trade off queens with black in a Sicilian, but here it's a bit different, yeah?
Right.
The pawn on d5
right.
controls a lot of squares.
Well, I think in this position, exact position I should say, a critical move is knight b5. Now, if you play knight a6, we just hate your position. We don't look at knight a6. We don't look at king d8. We just hate our position. So we look at knight d5 as critical, right? So what do you think about this position after bishop c4? My idea is if you play a6, I want to give you check on d6 and then claim
intermediate move.
Yes, that even though I'm a pawn down, I like white's compensation.
Yeah.
Yeah? Which is fair enough.
Nice position, yeah.
Yeah.
I agree, yeah.
So the question is knight b6, right? You don't play a6 instead. Black says I'm a pawn up. Show me. Prove.
So basically here, white is forced to grab the exchange. Otherwise, black is in control. You just grab the central pawn. And
precisely. So Hakisito and
king d8, I
clear.
suppose.
I took a rook and you took a bishop, and now it's. I think we're spoiling the position for the players. We're looking at the...
We have the right. We
get our moves back. We should have fun.
The knight is trapped right now.
Clear.
In the corner as black's next moves are b6, bishop b7, and
winning. Yeah.
It's just game over. I
okay,
suppose.
but hold on. But before we give up on the variation, let's imagine that I'm a persistent fellow and I play knight g5.
Keep on going, yeah. So
yes.
You would like to reach both corners.
get the other rook as well. And so, one idea that I have was just to put it on the board: rook f8, knight h7,
attacking the rook. So
yeah, rook g8, let's say.
G8,
yes.
yeah.
Knight back.
Knight back.
Yeah, and it's funny if you play f6. I want to go into f7 so that I can c7 is released, right, and then go to h6.
Ah, okay.
So I get my
this is
knights
amazing.
My knights are swirling around. I mean, it's attack with the cavalry only. I don't know. I think we're messed up.
Yeah.
This is not grandmaster chess. This is just
pretty hard to believe it will come at the board.
Yeah, it will work out. But
anyway, it's a fun line, and
yeah,
you should consider it's pretty forcing line anyway.
And Dominguez actually played another move, which is also quite in keeping with the character of the position. He has played d5, d6, which is very attractive, of course. Because
similar idea as we pointed out before.
Yeah, we like White's position in case of e7 takes d6. I mean,
yeah, that pawn is not really important, and eventually you will get it back sooner or later.
Probably sooner after knight b5.
Knight b5 here straight away.
Yeah, and just no, this is too ugly. Ugly. So black is almost compelled to play e6, but then he's got to be worried that he'll never see the daylight on the queen side. He'll be stuck forever.
Right. Yeah.
So what we mean is after e6, knight b5, of course. Knight a6 to protect the threat, bishop e3, b6, a4, and it's almost splat, right?
Yeah,
it's
next a5 and
horrible.
The rook comes into play.
Yeah, it's as we say, play on one goal. Right? I mean, it's just
yeah.
So something has gone, and
but what else? What else? It's
the webcam and Luke looks very intense at the board because he's realizing after d6 his position is no...
You think he missed or underestimated the move d6? Or?
I think when he thought for such a long time about queen a5, he was worried about concrete moves, and this subtle move queen d5 somehow didn't enter as a consciousness, and he wasn't... Probably he just got caught. He got caught here, and Dominguez, we're a very fine theoretician. I think the move queen d5 is common in many situations, and after half an hour thinking, I think Dominguez really came to the conclusion that, you know what, it's just a damn good move. And I mean, if bishop c3 doesn't work, then queen d5 might just simply refute this whole variation because this position is lousy. It's simply lousy for black. I don't like it.
Yeah,
I mean,
too many moves with your queen, yeah?
Yeah.
And in many lines you get punished for it, just ignoring the basic
rules of development. They still count, don't they? I mean, even at the grandmaster level, get your pieces out, folks. That's the lesson of this game.
Amazing.
The queen a5 itself, gosh, after a 45-minute think to come up with queen a5, it already shows that something's wrong, because obviously in this position you want to do something. Knight c6, knight f6, d6, a6. You don't want to just move your queen. You want the guy first to play bishop e3,
right,
and force you to move your queen. It's not something you do voluntarily, because also after queen a5 you're inviting knight c4, which actually might be a very good move anyway, right? So it's not a very purposeful move, and I think after queen d5, Luke's position is just not good. Not good. Can we go to
Let's
Iranian?
yeah.
What do you think about?
Pretty interesting game, yeah, actually.
Yes.
So
For sure.
I don't know which moment you.
We just have to close this window so
yeah,
we
sorry,
can bring.
yeah.
No worries. We. It's trial and error around here. We make all the mistakes that we possibly can, and then we figure out what works. When we have left the game, we have left it more or less at the move e5. And after e5, bishop g3, it was Caruana to play. He has captured, and then the knight has recaptured. Okay, so far, are you a Grunfeld defense player?
I used to play, but
Okay,
for me it's too much theory to
Yeah,
catch up with. I like the opening. I like the
dynamics.
The dynamics. I
Yeah.
love it, but
Okay,
too
So-
much theory involved too.
indeed. But I mean,
It's pretty much a sideline, I think, and
right. This,
but somehow the structure is still reminiscent of a Grunfeld, and actually I like pretty much white in this position. He's better developed. Black still has some problems with the bishop on c8. You still need to connect the rooks. So
and the point is that you say white is, you have a feeling of favoritism towards white, and it's probably because once again this pawn on e3 supporting the knight.
Yeah.
You're not getting this beautiful long diagonal pressure once the pawn is on e4, and this difference
Right,
between the pawn being on e3 in this position at least is key. Let's see how it could progressed. Knight b6. Sorry to say, I'm not very pleased by that move. I was expecting a more kind of Grunfeld-like move, whether it be knight c5. In any case, I was thinking, oops, let me just allow myself to make some moves. Knight c5 attacking the bishop.
yeah, but there's the problem. White has bishop d6 then.
Yes. Or knight
Knight
e5.
e5, yeah.
I mean, I think that in many, well, it's just simply the nature of the Grunfeld that black strives to be extremely active, like all the time. You know, if ever given a choice of the Grunfeld between an active move and a quasi-safe move, you always go for the you just go for the active move. So knight b6 looks okay, but it doesn't strike me as the dynamic Grunfeld. Queen c7.
Wow, that's a nice move. I like.
That kind of freezes black's pieces, right? So he's saying, look, man, you move your bishop on c8, I'm just going to take your pawn. And let's see what happened.
Oh, really? What's going on? As a Grunfeld player, you should always think twice before you give up that bishop.
Twice? 3 times.
Yeah. Maybe it's not.
Twice is ooh. Bishop takes d4. And of course Caruana knows that, so it means that
there's something very concrete going on here.
He's feeling that he has to take drastic measures.
Yeah.
This giving up the dark squared bishop is a drastic decision. We're looking at the position very shallow, but for him to have done that, he must have felt that he had difficulties, simply. So he has gone for, well, a pawn sacrifice, and he's given up the dark square. So clearly, the outcome of the opening, Levon in great shape. I mean, pawn up.
Just a healthy pawn and pressure.
And pressure. So Caruana doing his best now to get some counterplay.
He is getting some control over the light squares.
Okay, I'm not saying that this isn't a good move. It certainly looks fine. Personally, I might have found myself attracted to the move f2, f3, tickling the queen, and that also means that I can put my bishop back on f2 to defend my pawn. So the construction I would like is to make the illegal move rook on a1 to c5. Right, because my pawn on d4 supports c5 square, and my bishop will support the rook, so everything would be very nice. Levon's approach was a bit different from my knee-jerk f3 suggestion. Bishop e5, rook f8. I think
f6, yeah,
f6 is compelled. Yeah, he needs to get rid of the bishop is simply too powerful on e5. Levon, very restrained, right? Just h3, f6. Levon is probably thinking, well, if you try to win the pawn on d4, I will capture the pawn on a7, and that will be very nice.
Would be a good trade for white in general.
Exactly. So rook f7, again preparing to take the pawn on d4. And
now Levon is thinking,
yes.
As black is just about to capture the pawn on d4.
Ready, set, aim, fire, shoot. Yes. Okay. So
white is a pawn up, but I'm not really impressed actually by his last couple of moves. I'm not sure exactly what went wrong or where he could have improved his play, but if black could simply regain the pawn on d4, then black's king is pretty safe as well. It's not really easy for white to exploit the dark squares.
Right.
With the bishop and queen together. So.
All right. Well, maybe we're back to my initial suggestion, because I like being a pawn up. You know, like, I mean,
if you have to choose,
I live for these moments.
Yeah, still f3, yeah.
F3, and again, first of all, you have to decide what is your best square for the queen. Could you make a suggestion? What do you think? Where should black choose? I'm thinking that I want to play bishop f2, rook c1, rook c5, as previously mentioned.
Yeah, it's a nice consolidating move.
Yeah.
F3,
Okay. Okay, let's just toss some moves on the board for a moment. I don't say that this is a good idea for black, but at least from black's point of view, if he has two moves, if he can go knight d5, knight f4, maybe he would, I don't know, I don't say happy. He is a pawn down after all, right?
Yeah, but white can still execute the plan you mentioned before, rook ac1 and
rook c5 is coming.
Yeah, anyway, if you play knight d5, then rook c5.
And still it's an extra pawn.
It's still an extra pawn, yeah.
Right.
Whatever it's worth. Actually, I believe black is in kind of control. The bishop on f2 is not really...
It's not on h6, right?
Yeah. It's not there yet.
It's not there yet. But on the other hand, again, you know, you gotta go with the pawn, and you know, I think black may have to just simply hang tough, right? Just wait and see how white intends to bring his material advantage to some kind of fruition. But okay, interesting game. We certainly both prefer Levon. I know that there was this really sharp game between Anish Giri and Arkady Nadish. Where is it on the board here? Is it?
Third game. Yeah.
Third game?
Yeah.
This guy. Yeah, here we go. Okay. This was
a lot
fun.
has happened here, wow.
Yeah. Well, this was fun because you know this Bogo Indian with c5. And you gotta like this move by Anish. Yeah, baby. Caveman chess. You just bishop h7, knight g5, and bludgeon our opponent to death. g6. As Peter Doggers was pointing out, this is a very strange move order. Normally, black plays g6, then you go h4.
Oh, really?
Right? Yeah, like g6, you know, whenever your opponent fianchettos, you go h4, h5,
right,
mate, right?
It's the other way around here.
Yeah, exactly. Now you play h4, the guy goes g6. Wait a minute, you got it wrong, dude. You know, you're not supposed to play that. h5 takes. Now, apparently, this particular position was played by Sheparinov of Bulgaria, very, very strong grandmaster, Topolov's longtime second. And in this position, Sheparinov played the absurd-looking bishop on d3 to f1.
You're kidding me?
Yeah, absurd-looking. Okay, but I mean, you know, you think he's invested time and energy in the attack on the king side with h4, h5. So the move bishop d3, f1, you know, looks strange. Anish didn't retreat his bishop, and he swapped it. We have left it at this point. Anish has sacrificed a pawn, but obviously he's saying, I want to play bishop g5 and checkmate you. Do something. Arkady played knight c6. Bishop h6. Okay. Queen a5 check. Oh boy. hot, hot, hot.
There's a lot of things going on here.
Yes, hot, hot, hot indeed. Ooh, disappointing. I mean, he's making such a bold statement, you know, h4, h5, and check, check, check.
In the blitz game,
you'd never want to play queen
no,
d2.
it's
You know, especially
spoiling the fun.
Absolutely, big time.
Just a move like king f1.
Yeah.
King is pretty safe there, but.
And the whole point of the move king f, pardon me, the whole point of the move king f1 is no. Whoa, why am I not being allowed to make a move? Yes, thank you. Is normally you don't like giving up the right to castle because your rook gets stuck in the corner. In this case, our rook's not stuck in the corner. The rook is, you know, like
it's already activated before it moves. Yeah.
Exactly. But here, I would be very reluctant to move the rook on f8. I think I would be
b6 perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be more thinking in terms of knight e5 and b6 and just saying, okay, I'm going to sacrifice in exchange. b6 is maybe annoying because you're gaining a tempo.
Right.
That's an unpleasant
pity. It's a pity for Anish. I think generally if you play so aggressively, you don't really want to trade queens, but perhaps perhaps he's better anyway in the end game, yeah, in the queenless middle game.
Okay, let's see if that is true. But now, one thing from if you were in black's position, you'd kind of be thinking to yourself, okay, you know, the queens are off the board. I feel a little bit better, a little bit safer. Maybe it's a wrong impression.
The attack is still going on, actually.
Okay.
I think this is an interesting moment because you cannot really recapture with your h-pawn.
Why? Explain to the viewers.
If you
do that,
then suddenly there are some mating threats in the air. And I was thinking about a move like knight f6 right away.
I must take it.
You must take it if you play a move like king
h8
on the spot. Checkmate on the spot, yeah.
Yeah.
And so if you take, bishop takes, then e takes f6.
Yes.
And suddenly there's a very annoying threat of the move bishop g7 followed by rook h8. And I fail to see.
It looks like splat to me as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that means that in this position, after taking on g6, black is basically forced to recapture with his f-pawn. But on the other hand, it gives white some structural advantage. I don't like the pawn on e6 getting weakened, and maybe there's nothing concrete yet, but
well, let's see.
Let's see what happens.
That f6 square is so weak. If we could trade dark squared bishops from white's point of view, it would be like the dam bursting, wide open, you know. So bishop g5. Oh, he had to play h5.
He had to play, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
and now there's Anish. Okay, g4. So the attack is still roaring.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it very much.
So if black, let's see, swaps, he takes. Are we jumping in with knight f6 or are we taking first?
Yeah, I was perhaps taking first and then.
Oh my God, this looks
knight
terrible.
F6. Yeah.
Takes, knight f6, and we're just losing the house. King f7, knight g5, king g7, rook h7.
The rook is joining soon.
Resigns.
Yeah, resign. Game over.
So there's no hg.
But what else?
I feel compelled to take this one. Now I'm hoping that if you take with a knight on f3 takes g5, I can take on e5 and I don't want to use the word survive, but last a few more moves, you know, like last to move 40.
At least you have some material to hang on, but this is
first impression is white is really killing. Just take it, right? The king, black's king, is too wide open.
The other rook is joining soon.
Oh my. This looks, frankly, dreadful. Look, like I don't. I'm not signing the contract to play this position. You know. Oh my. So this move, queen d2, the trade of queens,
It's very impressive, actually.
Yeah, the trade of queens really did not relieve the pressure. And again, I don't really mind being an exchange down for a pawn. In this case, the problem is, you know, if the pawn was on d5, where it'd be nice and safe, then I'd have a pawn for the exchange. With the pawn being on d4, it seems that the pawn is always vulnerable. There's king d3 later, and I could, in other words, if I could play a move like bishop d7, and you would happily take my rook, and I would recapture it somehow, I'd have a pawn and a bishop for the exchange, and maybe I'd have some solace. But here, with the pawn on d4 being vulnerable, I don't feel there's a sufficient. And after rook e8, this looks awful. g4, and has.
This is the actual position, or
yeah,
we got some more moves.
We do have another move. Bishop takes g5.
Bishop takes g5.
And that very knight on f3 takes g5. What we saw,
as we expected, yeah,
has been played, and
now Arkadi's thinking, yeah.
Yeah. It's so very rare to see after a mere 15-20 moves, the top grandmaster in the world like Arkady having essentially a lost position. This just looks, you know, heads are rolling here. No. I despise Black's position. A rethink is in order. This is not good at all.
Yeah.
And knight takes e5, g takes as we saw, knight takes e5, g takes h5. You pointed out the sterling rook g1. In Seattle, we would call this boldly pointing out the obvious. After rook g1, you get invaded. You know, open files, you know.
This is what you get.
Yeah, this is what we get in Seattle. Okay, this game looks like
it looks
it's really
good finish. It's nice for him.
Very nice. What games have we not had a look at lately? Boris Gelfand. It was a Budapest Gambit, not.
All right. Yeah, let's have a look at that game.
Not a defense that we see most often at the highest levels. When we have left it, a5, king h1. This is deep. The idea of a5, of course, is the modern rook a6, rook h6 approach. So the idea of king h1 is that white wants to play f4 and e4, and his king no longer is pinned to the pawn on e3.
Yeah.
Okay, so d6 was provoked, f4, knight c6. Okay. b3, rook f3. Strange way of making a rook lift, huh? Okay. Bishop f5, rook g3, and instead of the rook on a8 getting to g6, doing its rook lift, Boris has, wow, great stuff. Modern chess, rook e6. Okay, bishop d3. What do you think? Take it away. Give us your impressions. What do you...
Yeah, the first move you look at just to get the bishop to the long diagonal, but the problem is that the pawn on e3 is hanging. I suppose. I'm not really sure how you should take, but
probably with the rook.
With the rook, yeah. And I'm looking for some tactics along
along
the diagonal, but I fail to
spot them right away. Okay, continue the line for just a second. Bishop f3.
Bishop f3, right?
Okay, I'm dreaming about knight d5, obviously. I mean, if I can go knight d5, it's almost splat. So you gotta do something. Bishop d4. Do I see a better move? I don't.
Bishop d4, but...
then I take on c6.
Take on c6.
Take on g3. Take on d4. Some weirdnesses. And
we're almost there with white.
Yeah. My spider sense is tingling. I don't like this. No.
It's a bit too much. Bishop b2 actually interesting move.
Yeah. Well, I don't see a better move than, if white is simply allowed to play knight d5. I mean, it's extremely bright future for white. No.
Yeah. Actually, that's basically what you want to achieve with white. So that's the move which
comes to mind.
Right. Here. But anyway, Boris did differently, and I think it's not really a bad idea either. What he played. He played bishop d3, and the point is that after bishop takes d3, queen takes, you're gaining some more control over the light squares in the center. So perhaps there are ideas to play bishop b2 anyway later, or push the e pawn if it's possible, or knight d5.
I'm always afraid that when I'm on the attack, and especially when I've made a strategic concession, in a sense, whether you believe it or not, the move f4 is in a type of way a strategic concession, because you've left for the moment the pawn back on e3, right? And
especially in this moment, as white, black has control over the e4 square.
Precisely. So I always feel that when I'm attacking and I've made a strategic concession, like having a backward pawn on e3, that I have to play very incisively. I have to be very clear. And when I play a move like bishop d3, I'm a little bit concerned that the opportunity of hitting when it's hot will have passed. So that was why I was thinking bishop b2 was actually a critical move, because the reason why I don't think this position's that bad for black is, let's imagine I now play rook g6. I'm reducing the flow, right? And if you did something silly, and just to point out one of the things that I think I find silly for white, if you jump too quickly into d5, then I'm more than happy with all of these trades.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, the tide's gone out, and I look and look and look, and I say, well, I just spoiled my position. I don't have any advantage at all. So Boris, bishop d3 might be okay, but it might just simply be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, the moment may be gone, actually.
Right, that's what I fear. By the way, Richard has played knight b4 at once, not rook g6. He played knight b4 at once. Boris Gelfand white to play. Has he made a move? Is that the last move?
I think he is considering his next move right now, and I will just say queen d2.
Right.
Most normal continuation.
Right.
Just keep an eye on the pawn on e3 anyway. And next move you would like to play bishop b2, bringing the bishop to the long diagonal, getting the rook into play.
Of course, clear. It all makes sense. I'm just a little bit worried that when you do play the move bishop b2, and your rook is spying that g pawn, let me eliminate the rook as I did a moment ago, or at least threaten to eliminate the rook. How would you continue?
You basically have to take here.
Okay.
I think I don't really like to allow you to take on g3. So
right.
And if you move the rook, then I don't see.
It's a big tempo.
Yeah, it's a big tempo. So
take.
H takes.
Now you have to consider whether you play bishop b2 with or without a3.
Yeah.
The reason you have to, because if I play a move like queen e7, I'm actually threatening maybe to take on e3 with a tempo.
Yes. This is annoying. Here black...
so you could have started with a3, right?
Yes.
Like go back a move?
After taking on g6, you start with a3, right?
Right. And now...
the knight goes back.
Yes, where
go to the rim, or
yeah, which back do we go to? Okay,
c6 looks.
Okay, but then after bishop b2, maybe white has
this would
nice control of d5.
d5 square, yeah. So the knight is jumping.
So a plus still for Gelfand, I would say.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Interesting.
Queen d2 has been played.
Queen d2 has been played. Okay. Is there anything that, of course, we have to boldly point out the obvious to our viewers, that one of the easy checkmates, I just put a terrible move on the board just to show what must not be allowed.
Wonderful.
Wonderful,
Oh.
wonderful. Queen h4, however, doesn't have the threat of rook h6. I suppose bishop b2 or a3 as well? What do you think?
Yeah, let's say bishop b2.
Yeah, bishop b2. I was dreaming with this move queen h4 to double rooks quickly.
Yes,
And
it's a nice plan.
what my concept was that in case of a3, just to show it, I mean, I apologize to everybody, queen takes g3,
Oh wow.
h takes g3, rook h6 check, king g1, oops,
Excuse me.
rook h6, king g1, and now I wanted to go rook e3.
Rookie free.
Rook e3.
You're torturing.
With
your
rook,
way.
rook e1 double checkmate threat.
That's a nice one, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I was just having a little fun, and that's what we're here for. We're just here to have fun and
Yeah.
take our moves back when it's proved wrong. But okay, it's nice, right?
Well,
I
but
mean,
in
it's
general, this is not going to happen. But this kind of ideas you have to look for with black. Yeah,
absolutely,
it's
absolutely.
it's in the air
And-
any time. So
And by the way, when it works, it's really cool. You know, you win the public prize.
Yeah.
Everybody wants your autograph. You know, so I'm just saying that probably in a lot of these variations, white should be fast in kicking out this knight with a3 and not to allow such tactics. Yeah.
mhm.
But if
Yes.
white keeps everything, he's better. But if something slips,
Yeah,
it can
Tricky.
go wrong.
it can become interesting actually.
Yeah. And by the way, this guy Richard Rapport, he's very opportunistic tactically. I see in a lot of his games that he's got this eye. He's
Yeah.
looking, he's roving, he's looking for his chances, and he does very well. So I'm just saying that these ideas of queen h4 and queen g3, he'll be looking at them.
For sure,
And Boris, with his extraordinary sense of danger, will as well. I think they'll both be planning.
Okay, interesting. I expect something to happen here soon.
Right.
But
Can we
perhaps-
go to Hikaru?
Yeah.
Hikaru Nakamura, Wesley So,
That's good.
two of our tournament leaders, by the way. Both players have won their first round matchups. When we have left the position, it had similarities to a winner were, but the difference is there's no c-pawn. White c2 pawn has gone to c4 and traded on d5. We had a position like this. I was speaking with Peter Doggers, and I kind of felt that the evaluation's unclear. In other words, white has his two bishops, but it's not 100% that the two bishops are very meaningful at this moment.
Yeah.
You put the c1 bishop on the d6 square, and we're geniuses. Everybody says
Yeah.
we like white, but it's not there yet. h6, bishop d2, maybe looking at bishop b4 as a possibility, bishop f5, queen b3. Did you see that? Are you telling me that he was waiting for queen b3 to play bishop g4? Okay, bishop g4. Hikaru being clever, maybe very, very clever. Queen d7, h3, bishop e6. Well, I must say, I'm a little mystified by the bishop's moves, but so far everything's okay. I would say, unless Hikaru gets something concrete very soon, white's two bishops will be a long-term edge.
Yeah.
Rook c8.
And
rook
also
c1.
that pawn on d5, yeah, in the long run, you need to keep an eye on it.
Mhm.
Right now it's well protected by the bishop, but black doesn't really have a good plan. I
Right.
think okay, perhaps right now he just played rook c7 and he would like to double rooks, but
Mhm.
I think in the long run there may be some difficulties with the pawn on d5.
Right.
If some pieces will be traded, then. But okay, there's still a middle game, so.
Right. Well, this middle game position strikes me as a very typical type of position when you have an imbalance of bishop versus knight, And John Watson wrote a brilliant book, Modern Chess Strategy, just brilliant book, where he was explaining that when the knight is facing the bishop, this imbalance, and you have the knight, what's very important is that you have to accelerate the play. In other words, white with his two bishops is trying to keep the position as long and long as possible, and then drag his opponent to defeat. And you, as black, with the knight, have to recognize that in the long term, long term, you have a problem. You have a long-term problem. And so you can't just allow the position to remain calm, but you have to do something. And that's where I was saying that as a Hikaru, I would be looking to play f7, f6 at some moment to accelerate play, to quicken the play. I noticed that Wesley has just played the move queen b3 to b2 to, I suppose, reinforce his rook on c1, so that after the doubling of rooks, c1, there won't be any knight takes d4 kind of tricks. The move I would have liked to have played if I was white would be knight e1.
What's the idea?
The idea is very simply that my rook on c1 could be a tactical problem. I'm anticipating that you're doubling rooks, rook c8, so that you play knight d4 and you win a pawn brilliantly.
Nice one. Yeah.
So when I play knight e1, my idea is to play knight d3, where I'm protecting the rook. That's point number one. With the knight coming to d3, I want to jump to c5.
c5 square, yeah?
You're right?
That's a nice
so
one.
I'm going to provoke you to play b7, b6. But also what I'm thinking is that I want to use my king side. I've got this pawn on e5, and how sweet it would be if I could play f4, g4, f5, and win brilliantly.
Right, yeah.
So I'm getting out of the way of the f2 pawn, so that I can consequently play go baby, knight d3, g4, f4. So I would have been attracted to the move knight e1, and Wesley has played queen b2, solid.
But still, that idea can still be employed next. Yeah.
Yes.
I think queen b2 is not. It's a useful move. You just protect your pieces once again. Everything is well defended, and still your idea with knight e1, knight d3, provoking
not
b6.
running away.
It's not running away. Yeah,
Right.
and I'm wondering what black is going to do actually. Whether he would like to double rooks on the c file, as he played rook c7, or opt for the plan with f6, as you mentioned before. But
If I'm black in this position, I would play f6 here. Let's just take a quick look. And again, the reason I'm playing f6 is because I'm worried that over the long term, the two bishops will flex themselves. And like John Watson has suggested, I need to create forcing lines. In other words, if I could provoke if I could provoke white to capture, not that it's the best move or whatever, rook takes f6, automatically I'm now looking at ideas like bishop h3, knight f4, rook g6. The play becomes accelerated.
yeah,
Yes?
initiating some activity on the king side.
Right.
Yeah.
And the rook on c7, by the way, it can be a kind of a camouflage, because it still might go to the f line while you're not looking, like a rook takes f3 and, like sacrifice exchanges. What would you think that black is going to play rook c8? By the way, it's very hard to guess the moves of Hikaru, for me anyway. Like, he's kind of like an Ivanchuk kind of grandmaster. He comes up with a lot of bizarre ideas.
Yeah, I like your idea that initiating some activity on the king side, but I'm pretty sure that, as you already mentioned, e takes f6 is probably not the best move.
No.
And I'm wondering what's if white doesn't do anything, what's the follow-up?
Okay, let's just throw a move out there. Just this is what I see. If I'm black, I want to play rook takes f3. I would like to make the illegal move according to the FIDE handbook. Rook on f8 takes f3. You would play g takes f3. Then I would take on e5. Right? I want to sacrifice an exchange. So having let you know that, here it goes. So now you have to play knight takes e5, right? Okay.
That's what we like.
Yes. And now we have to think, which one? If I use the knight on c6, then I'm dreaming that I'm going to play knight f4 and bishop takes h3 one day. If I use the other knight, then I'm dreaming that I'm going to have to play d4, right? d5, d4 one day. Let's try it right away.
But here it's not...
Why?
It's working, or can I can simply take here?
I don't know. Can you? I'll take on d4.
Rook takes, or rook takes c7.
Well, if you take on d4, I was intending queen takes d4. Two rooks for the queen, right? I don't know. Maybe it's good for what?
But still, then it's
bishop c4 is in the air.
Bishop c4 is in the air. Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, that means that black wins on the spot.
Right.
Yeah.
So we go back a few moves. So in this position. Sorry,
after
knight takes d4.
Yeah.
If you play rook takes c7, the idea was knight f3 check,
some
right?
Annoying intermediate.
Yeah. You probably have to take. And now I have to think.
Which one?
I'll take the c7 rook. And I'll just say I'm a pawn down, but I've dinged your structure enough that I have compensation for the pawn. Yeah. It's not 100% sure. Probably after rook d6, you still like white. Yeah.
Rook d6 is a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rats.
Interesting, but the ideas are interesting anyway. But
the idea of accelerating, forcing the play, as opposed to waiting. It would strike me that the move rook on f8 to c8 is a kind of waiting move, and you're giving white the menu of options, right? Whereas a move like f6 is reducing the number of moves that can be played.
Hikaru
has
just made a little waiting move.
Another waiting move?
He just played queen e7.
Okay.
Not really sure what he would like to do, but...
like I say, Hikaru's moves for me are very hard to guess. Ivanchuk is one of those players, I love his games. I really, really do. I can't play it. I can't play like him at all. I just can't guess. 30% of his moves are just... I have trouble with Morozevich, Ivanchuk, and Hikaru. Their ideas... Hikaru plays a move like rook c7, and I go, yes, got it, I understand. You want to double the c-file, then queen e7 comes next.
Yeah, this is like a cat and mouse game, yeah.
But at least this move, queen e7, I do understand the purpose of this move. In some cases, the knight on g6 may want to play to h4 to kind of tickle a little bit, if the knight is forced to retreat, then the knight could go back to f5. And Hikaru's keeping options.
It's a flexible move. And
it's a flexible move.
Keep an eye on the a pawn as well. And interesting.
Okay. Before we take our break, let's go back to the game of King Luke and see how bad it is. Because when we left it, we were in mutual disgust.
Well,
we left it at the move d6, and how has Luke...
Basically, they followed one of the lines we were looking at. So Luke ignored the pawn on d6, played e6, knight b5, and this is actually what we were considering.
And we rather hated black's position, didn't we? Yeah. Folks, don't do this at home. This is really bad for black. I mean, if Luke survives this one, we're going to give him the public prize for Houdini-like escapes. This is just strategically awful. And believe me, in the days of Anatoly Karpov, when he was winning these games, he never had such overwhelming strategic, and he would win, just having a small edge. This is just massive, only because all of black's pieces, knight a6, rook a8, bishop c8.
I agree. Yeah. I agree, but still,
you have to prove it.
You have to prove it, and I'm not really sure if it's that easy, because if black is, let's say he plays a move like bishop b7, rook fc8. I'm dreaming.
Oh yes, it's a dream.
You have to do something with black.
Right.
So let's say I'm dreaming.
Something.
Perhaps the pawn on d6 may become a weakness as well. Is this? You don't believe that, or?
That's a big stretch for me that the pawn would ever be a weakness. So let's just play some obvious move.
Yeah. It's white's turn first.
Yes.
So
I suppose it's too early to grab the pawn. Take, bishop e3. But I look at such things because I'm a pawn grubber, right?
Right.
So,
but
you don't like to play rook b8 because in general, you just, it's not so nice, no? So you play bishop b7?
Actually, I was thinking about another move.
Okay, please.
Knight d5 here, maybe.
Oh, excellent. Okay, cool.
Defending the pawn and perhaps threatening to take on e3.
Exactly. Okay, wonderful. That at least doesn't lose on the spot where other things may well have lost on the spot.
This is something black is just hoping for to achieve. Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
Again, I just think that white's position is so overwhelming that even when I blunder, you know, I'm ending up in a good position at the end of the day. So after bishop, so what the idea of bishop d4 is I'm expecting you to play e5.
Right, that was my idea. Yeah.
Yes, of course, and I have to play bishop c4. And I'm hoping that just the natural glorious position that I have will somehow win it for me. I don't know if I'm overplaying my hand or not, but let's see how things would go from here. Bishop b7, or do you see something?
This is simply too bad. E takes d4, bishop takes d5, and it looks horrible.
Yeah, that's a whoopsie daisy. But bishop b7,
bishop b7, yeah,
is still some action.
You take on d5.
Yeah, that was the idea. Yes.
Have to recapture.
Right, and now I wanted to take.
Oops. What happened?
Oh, it was an updated move.
It was an updated move, yeah.
Whatever the updated move was.
Or not. Anyway, we can go back to the position. It was
right. We were looking at this, knight d5, bishop d4, e5, bishop c4. Right. So we were just getting here. Yes.
Bishop b7.
Right. So I take something. Now I'm thinking, what should I take? Yes, let's say
grab the pawn. Yeah,
right. That's it. I was trying to win a pawn.
Very primitive.
Shocking. I know you're shocked. I know you're shocked. Very primitive. Rook b8, something like this, right? Yes. And now.
There are some tricks. I like it. I mean, I'm not saying black is better, but.
Oh yes, no. I could have overplayed the hand for sure. Rook b8, and I don't have any trickies anymore. No, this has worked out very well for you. But okay, in this position, sorry, I was wondering about knight takes e5.
Right now it's possible?
Yes.
Wow.
Let's just see what happens.
I don't really get it, but if I...
no, I have to do it first with bishop takes d5, I'm sorry.
Bishop takes d5,
Bishop takes d5.
Bishop takes?
Knight takes e5.
Knight takes e5.
Right, let's see, can I get away with this?
I see an e-file.
Yes, you do. And it's a good, and it's a very good thing. One of them. Probably you do use that rook because your knight on a6 needs protection, right? F4. Yes. Okay. And now we're here, and I was looking at some tactic that went castles. Maybe the other way.
The other way, yeah?
Yeah. The idea was that if you took my bishop, I wanted to take your knight, rook a6, rook a6, and knight c7. And amazingly, let me pause to pat myself on the back, you have 3 pieces in the position, and I'm attacking every single one of them.
Yeah, okay.
So you can't save them all. One of them has to drop.
I like it from an aesthetic point of view, but I just don't believe it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It happens. Okay. Oh, aesthetically it's nice, but I'm losing my exchange.
Yeah.
Oh, my d6 one. Okay. So no quick kill, and so it means that I have to play it slowly. In this position,
I think he will
play bishop e2, castles,
yeah,
and then
pressure will remain on the queen side.
Okay, so probably I can't kill black right away. And what has Dominguez played? Has he made
Bishop e2 has been played,
yeah,
I think.
He will play it slowly.
Yeah.
I always look at, can I just win on the spot? So that was my attempt to win on the spot. Bishop b7, we assume.
Has been played,
yes, and something safe.
Yeah. I like this. I like this approach.
Yeah, of course. It's the
very natural,
calm, patient, and all of White's pluses are going to blossom in the very near future. In a dream, when you see a position like this, Robert, how do you think? In other words, the question that I ask, do you have a picture of where you want your pieces to be? In other words, do you say to yourself, I'm going to put my knight on e5, I'm going to put my bishop on g5, I'm going to put my rook on d1, or do you rather link your moves? You go, okay, black is going to play this, I will play that, I will play this. So do you first have a picture of a plan, or is it all consequent, move after move after move?
I think in this kind of position, it feels like move after move. You just have to adapt to the moves of your opponent. It's not really clear what he's gonna do. For example, if the bishop is going to e3, then you realize, okay, knight e5 is a nice option. You're attacking the bishop then, and I think with black, you're hanging by a thread here.
Right, and so you're looking at calculating.
Yeah.
The reason I brought that up is because there is in chess what I call calculating, which is rook d1, rook c, bishop e3, bishop f8, and so on. That's calculating. Then there is a way of thinking which I call chunking. So chunking is kind of a picture. You see, you don't go, I go here, he goes there. You click a picture that's a head, and you go, I do this. So why? I've always been a calculator. I also like the long-term plan, but when I was analyzing, and I analyzed a great deal with Michael Tal, he was chunking. He was going, no, I go like this, and then I have this. So in this position, he's picturing in his mind, knight will be on g5, knight will be on e5, bishop will be on g5, rook will be on a3 or a4, rook will be on a1, knight will be on c7, you resign.
Right.
And I go, well, before I resign, can I make a move? And so he would be having a picture of what he wants to do.
Right. Does it also depend on which side of the board you're playing? I think with white you can basically dictate the course of the game right now. Either you enter the sharp lines, or you can just simply follow this method of chunks. Just I want to put my pieces on specific spots. Yeah,
right.
So I think with black you basically don't have really a choice. You have to follow
consequent calculating,
right?
The links of the moves.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I like to do is just when I look at it, obviously I think white has an overwhelming advantage, but you know, if I say to myself, well, if I had this lousy position and I was black, my dream as black is I would go knight c5, knight b3, knight f6, knight e4, f7, f5, rook c8, and I'd be trying to put my pieces on squares that were magnets to me, right? I mean, obviously the knight on a6 sucks. You got to do something about that. And then the best square for the knight on a6 is b3. If I could capture that dark square bishop, I'd be very happy, because then I could play bishop h6 one day, right?
Luke listens to you.
What did he do?
He played knight c5.
He did play knight c5. Yeah, I mean the knights are obviously dreadful. But okay, this is just you know, I like these questions of how grandmasters make their decisions, what influences their line of thought and reasoning, and Tal was just one of those players that, well, he was just a force of nature. you know, it's interesting. Richard, thank you very much for having joined us. It was a pleasure to have you aboard.
Thanks.
We're going to take a break on this, the Tata Steel Chess Festival, round 2. We'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes. We hope that later in the show, when some of the games are finished, we'll invite a winner or two to share with us their insights. So we'll take a break and we'll be back.
Thanks.
Oh, interesting games. long
Countdown again,
5, long 4.
Go.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2014 Tata Steel Chess Festival. I'm your host, Grandmaster Yasu Serwan, and sitting alongside me is our dear friend, Erwin Lamy. Welcome to our booth. You got the hot seat. First impression so far of the Chess Festival, Erwin? How do you like it?
As usual.
As usual.
For me, it's the event of the year. I'm guessing for many chess fans out there.
Yes.
I've come here since I was a little boy.
Really? Okay.
And it's always, for me, it's the highlight of the year.
And then a nice atmosphere with all the grandmasters from all the groups. And
It's amazing. We have everyone here. And I myself, I started in amateur groups. I've slowly worked my way up, C group, B group, A group. You know, it's really in my veins. This event. So I'm.
Which begs the question: why aren't you out there pushing the pieces?
Yeah, no. I did play 9 years in a row. The last 9 years, and this year there were some changes. As you know, of course, there are 12 players in the A group, two Dutch players.
Right.
Well, Anish and Luke are
clear.
Number 1 and 2, so of course they are there.
Right.
The B group, there were some different plans for the B group as well. So Jeroen van den Berg, the tournament director, thought that I might be also in a different role.
Okay.
Commentating behind the scenes, different. For me, it's very much, very different. I'm no stress. I don't have to prepare for the games. I'm just enjoying all the good chess, basically.
Exactly. Well, again, welcome aboard, and let's just get it started.
Sure.
Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura were both winners of their first round. They're playing each other. When Robert and I had left the game, it was exactly at this position. The game has ended in a draw. Shall we see how it went? So G2, G3. Is that an approach you would have taken?
Looks reasonable, I guess. Huh?
Okay.
Stopping knight f4.
Rook C8, King H2, F6. I was explaining to Robert, really, at some point, Black needs to accelerate the play because otherwise White's 2 bishops long-term will be meaningful. He did it. F6, takes, queen takes, bishop G2. Still 2
Doesn't
bishops.
It look slightly better for White?
Absolutely. I would much rather have the White side. Knight G7.
Can I try 95 or something? 95 here?
He played bishop before. So let us take a look. Knight E5.
Just if I can cement it with F4, I would be very happy to.
Exactly. So there's no trickies based on Rook C3 and Queen F2. I don't see that as being anything extraordinary. So I'm kind of stuck.
Me too, actually. Taking it, maybe taking it.
Taking it, I
Queen
don't know.
G6 somewhere.
And some vague ideas that if you play F4, I have Knight F5.
Yeah, and H5 and try to some kind of white square blockade, yeah?
Right. And I'm thinking that if you play Bishop D4, I'll trade everything on C1 and Knight C6.
It's not so clear, probably.
What advantages there are haven't improved dramatically with Knight E5. But Knight E5 is very
surely a move
normal.
to consider.
Bishop B4 instead was Wesley's choice, and there was a lot of hacking on the chopping block, and just a draw. Now this is very surprising. Hikaru, as we both know, really has a very deserved reputation for playing to the death, essentially. I mean, you know, and there's still a lot of play here. I don't say that White is better, Black is better, but there's just, I can imagine that with both sides, with both colors, Hikaru would keep playing.
I
So
guess
this
maybe
is a
slightly
surprise.
more with White.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah, I think
I like
it
those
would-
bishops. There is some potential in White's position.
Right.
If you, something like bishop c3, maybe keeping the bishops,
Right.
placing the queen on e3,
Mm-hmm.
maybe the knight to e5 at some point, like we said, f4.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe White is slightly better, and maybe Nakamura made a good choice.
Okay, he didn't want
What
to
do you think?
Yes,
Yeah,
but again, just the surprise draw offer. Let's just say that's the surprise.
Sure, yeah.
Not necessarily that the game was agreed draw between two good grandmasters,
Yeah.
but it's just that Hikaru's reputation will suffer. Shall we go to when we have left it? Luke Van Velde was in deep doo-doo in his game with Dominguez. Let me
Where did
just
you
go
leave
to,
it off?
Yes, we had left it off
Knight C8.
essentially in this position after b6, bishop e2, bishop b7, castles. This is where we left it, and we just thought that white has everything.
Yeah.
Let's see how it went. Knight c5. You have to do something about this knight on
Yes.
a6.
Knight c7.
A reasonable jump.
Yeah.
Also reasonable.
Okay, I like that he managed to get this bishop.
Yes.
That's some kind of achievement. I
For
think.
black.
Yeah.
Yes. Now the move knight e5. Okay, it's trying to freeze a little action.
Yeah.
The d7 pawn, so the knight on f6 is blocked for the
Stuck.
moment.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh,
ba.
that's a concession. Another
Yeah, unless
strategic,
there is some concrete follow-up which might
rook takes.
rook d8. Okay, so
Oh
after
my.
rook takes a7, how does he want to?
Knight e4. Now he's
Knight e4.
now he's
Yeah.
defended the pawn on d7. His knight wants to jump.
Yeah. So
Yes.
if rook takes a7, just to point
Yes.
it out,
Right.
knight e4,
Mm-hmm.
the knight will be hanging.
Pawn will
The
be
pawn will
hanged.
be hanging. This is looking
Well, continue the line just a moment. Knight c4.
knight c4. Oh, of course.
Now you have, I think, two ideas. Bishop f8
Bishop
is
f8, yeah.
one idea, and maybe also bishop d5 is another idea instead of bishop f8.
Uh-huh.
So you have probably two choices. At least in this case, we can say from Luke's point of view, his rook on b8 is suddenly active.
Yeah. No, I like what happened to black's position. If
'Cause it
this
was so
is
bad.
the maximum, then
The white can achieve them.
also
black
bishop
is
f8
having.
looks very fine, because if you try to defend it again, then we'll probably hit even harder.
I see.
With the knight hanging on b5,
Exactly.
this is looking excellent.
Right. The
So I
crisis
guess
is really
he will
past.
not
Take on
he will not
a7.
take on a7.
Okay, from White's point of view, as I see it, if I did something spectacularly passive like f2, f3, to stop the knight from invading e4,
Let's
I
make that
think
move.
I've weakened the diagonal so much that bishop h6 becomes
That's
attractive.
a nice move. Yeah, that's a
Yeah?
nice move. Let's just. I like to make a little arrow just to see how the bishop
Suddenly-
comes alive.
and it indirectly defends the pawn on
Yeah, that
a7.
looks-
So f3 is not a compelling move at all. So we have to find something very attractive for white. Okay, do we consider bishop f3?
Bishop
About the
f3.
bishop. No, then we're just losing the pawn on b2, aren't
I'm
we?
really having a hard time finding
A good.
a really good move here. He needs to keep the control somehow.
Mhm.
If
Precisely.
we would manage to get some c4, c5 in, it would be
Exactly.
excellent. It's trying to,
Mhm.
we're just not in time, I guess.
Okay, let's start with b4.
b4.
Okay, just with the idea that since this rook on b8 is so wonderfully placed, and
Let's place it miserably.
yes, let's try to
Yeah.
harness it for
Yes.
a moment. Okay, do we play knight e8
Knight
or
e-
knight
but-
e4?
But knight e8 is also an option, of course.
And knight e4
But I
is
like to
touch
immediately.
me, tickle. Okay, so knight jumps, and
It's really hanging, huh?
it's really hanging.
It's really hanging.
I don't like b4 suddenly. Okay, what else? Bishop d3 to capture the knight?
Bishop d3, but maybe then we can jump also to e8. Knight d5 even is an option.
Knight d5
Like
is
knight d5
reasonable.
is on.
Now my
E-
knight is in
E5
e5 is hanging.
Again hanging.
Mm.
That starts to be a little bit
White has
a little
mishandled
bit
this.
overextended, maybe, you know.
If we go back for a moment,
Yeah. Sure.
after rook b8, it may have been. If
Should he have
Domingos.
included 8x b6?
That was
maybe?
my question. But perhaps the trick is that black is not going to nicely simply recapture the pawn on
yeah,
b6.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
It may take this,
yeah.
and in case of this, he gets 2 pieces for his exchange, and
Beautiful
black
coordination. Yeah, this looks.
is suddenly very happy.
Yeah.
So, and if we go back and we recapture, then, well, rook takes b6,
And again, b2 is hanging,
and
b6 is hanging.
and white no longer has the iron control. So something went awry.
So I guess we're quite optimistic now for Luke.
Well,
Yeah.
the crisis really seems to have
Of course, as a
passed.
Dutchman, I'm cheering for
Of course.
for my good friend.
And hold on, pardon me. As Dominguez, we have left the position after rook d8. Rook takes a7 has been played.
Has been played, yeah.
Okay,
Are
so
we
we
missing
guessed
something
1,
or?
and we guessed 2. So the most forcing line,
It
both
has been played.
players
Yeah.
have both. Okay, so now white has issues. Knight on e5 is hanging, pawn on d6 is hanging. How do we solve these issues? How
do we
about
solve them?
f2, f4?
F2, F4.
I suppose it's easier to protect. It's
Yeah.
good to protect the knight, and
Yes.
not the pawn.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Priorities.
Priorities. Yes.
So I guess we take the pawn.
Okay. And
Maybe rook d1.
rook d1 to
Yeah.
try to be as annoying as possible.
Yeah.
And that might provoke you to play bishop f8, because I presume you don't want me landing on d7.
Yeah, I guess it's only move.
But now there's an X-ray of bishop c5 check. I better be careful.
It's really just
I'm
to
not
point that out. This the knight is still here, but
there's a
it can jump any moment, and then
there's a tactical
bishop
threat.
c5 will be there. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I play a move like b2, b4, I'm not convinced that white has improved.
I really like black's position. These bishops are. Can I already play something like knight e4 maybe? Maybe I'm getting overexcited. but
Yes,
I
yes,
want
yes,
to take on
yes.
c3, take on b4.
Mm-hmm. With,
For example, I just I guess something like. Is it possible?
sure. Let me check.
We're
the
analyzing, so it's
let me
everything
check
is
the
allowed.
FIDE rule. But yes, yes. Look.
No, my idea was that if knight takes b8, rook takes b8,
Oh, you went fast.
and then after
Because also you had a choice of knight
Yeah.
e2 and rook d1. But yes.
even
said-
sure, yeah, I didn't even see that.
Yeah. Well,
It's good to be with two, eh?
Yeah.
You see more.
You have 4 eyes. Knight e2, king f2,
Yeah,
rook
let's make that move.
d1.
Knight to queen f2,
it-
rook d1,
And if I take on
e2.
e2, maybe this is working out well for
Yeah,
white.
because b7 will be
Right.
hanging. as
So
well.
what your original idea was
Might be,
probably
yeah.
even better.
So I thought that we're taking back.
Yes.
Well, you have to defend.
Clear.
And now either taking immediately or first. I thought maybe to keep all the options. It looks very scary. Bishop c5 is coming.
You already have a pawn for
Yeah,
the
you have a
exchange.
pawn.
And by the way, the knight on c7
Yes, a little bit stuck.
might-
Yeah,
might-
a little
might
bit
not
stuck. Now
get
it's
out.
suddenly very. Oh, not to forget.
our
This
famous
little,
bishop
yeah,
c5.
yeah.
But if we go back just to this moment, or when you have gone knight e4,
Yeah,
I was afraid of this move.
that might be the.
And now
I like the
you-
other one more.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So the other one was easier for black to handle. But what's going on here?
Also, this I like. Bishop b4 will be the next move. So the bishop has to move.
No, rook d8.
Oh, rook. Oh, sure, rook d8.
Rook d8 is
Yeah.
more or less. You can
I-
toss in knight e2 when you want. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter. I was going to take on
Oh, of
b7.
course, but this is a different story. Yeah.
This is
Now
a different story.
Yeah, this. I get what you mean.
And knight f4.
We still take the. How is this?
I would say that the storm has passed. Once again,
Maybe I
I can
can
go
still
knight
take here,
f7.
maybe?
Yeah, but now I'm trying to make a draw.
Well,
with white.
where does the king go after knight d5? Because
Oh.
knight f6 check is coming.
Oops.
Maybe you have a move like bishop e7, just to show that if the king goes here, it's already made in one
Made in one.
in the middle of the board, and the same goes for
Now it's made in two.
it's made in two.
Right.
Even in the end
Yeah.
game, you have to be careful with the king. Yeah. So it's bishop e7 maybe.
Yeah, but Luke, count his lucky stars that he got such a
from the
play
opening
from
that was,
the opening was
yeah,
horrible.
yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
So, just to be sure, before we leave this game, let's just see
what actually
he-
happened. Yeah.
he has played bishop d5, by the way.
He played knight c4, Dominguez, instead of f4. So
Knight e4 was the
he played
situation?
knight c4, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop d5 and knight takes d5 has been played. So he hasn't gone for bishop f8, as we thought.
Okay.
He played bishop d5,
Mm-hmm.
knight takes d5 has been played, and e takes d5 has been played. In any case, it still looks pleasant for black.
Yeah,
I
black
guess.
has again solved a lot of his problems.
Maybe he
if
did even better than what we.
It's not well,
It's-
again, he was on the how do you say gallows. He's getting ready to be hung. And suddenly he got
Yeah.
clemency. So 93.
93, and rook takes b2.
Rook
I
takes
guess.
b2.
And immediately c3 will be hanging as well. Knight and bishop,
Bishop
Are hitting
f3.
there.
Do I have a choice?
bishop f3,
And now once again after knight c3,
knight d5. I
I'm
guess.
trying, I think, with white to make a draw.
But bishop d4 is in the so you cannot.
That's
even,
what I mean.
If you take here,
Right.
just to point that out,
Bishop,
bishop d4 is the annoying move in the end, and this is suffering. I guess
Absolutely.
this is suffering. Okay. yeah.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
Remarkable turnaround. When we have left it, another game that seems to have gotten away from us, that I
Let
didn't
me just
understand,
see.
was Anish Giri
Yeah,
and
that,
Arkady
I had a lot of
Nadish.
questions there as well. So it's good if we.
We're
switch
both
to that one.
confused.
Shall we
There was
go
a-
a few moves back? Yeah.
Yeah, when we have left it with Richard was kind enough to point out that after rook on a1 to g1, black is getting mated.
Okay.
Yes. So
But can I just
Yes,
maybe
please.
you already saw this
Saw?
moment,
No.
but I was very surprised that he didn't just. I mean, this looked like a. Excuse me. This looked like a very easy solution to me, just to take,
knight takes
put the knight on g5, go f4, go g4. There are no complications.
and knight f6 is.
It's a very easy way to play, I think. I don't see anything, any defense against this g4.
Same
You will open the
ideas.
h line. The rooks will double on the h file. It's
looks
a mating
hopeless.
attack without queens, I would say.
Mhm.
So I was very surprised that he chose this because it seems to make it unnecessarily complicated.
I understand.
I thought the position was already
Hopeless, yes.
hopeless. Yeah, I thought. Yeah.
Strategically, just
Yeah.
bishop e7 and knight f6 and
Maybe
g1.
I'm missing something. I don't know.
No,
but
I
to
t-
me it's.
I totally agree. Actually,
And then
unnecessary
you left it
complication.
off here. You said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
here I didn't understand the move king e1 because again, as Richard was pointing out, as soon as white plays rook on a1 to g1, black can resign because his king is going
Yeah.
to get mated.
Yeah.
So king e1 was a real concession to my
Yeah.
mind, and I thought, okay, king d3. If you take on b2, the king would retreat, the knight would come back, and then suddenly
It's
again
beautiful.
it's
Yeah.
flat.
Yeah.
It's just
It's beautiful.
flat.
Yeah.
So if we go back to this moment, if you go back to e5 check, again, maybe unnecessary complications, I'm not sure, but I'm trying to keep open the idea of rook g1.
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe in this case b6, there's some,
b6. Yeah.
because the king,
So-
bishop a6 check can...
Oh, bishop a6 check. I missed. I missed the
yeah,
point.
exactly,
I think
otherwise
bishop
it's
I thought
resigned.
bishop b7 looked a bit slow. That's
Yeah,
why
yeah,
I
yeah,
don't really
yeah.
want to do.
Yeah.
Okay,
But-
so rook g1 is bishop a6, and if we go to d1 then, so let's say here,
Right.
check and king d1, something like.
Yeah,
This-
this still looks like
It
everything
looks
is
so beautiful.
just coming. No, this is not a position I would like to defend at all.
No,
No,
I
no.
also would be afraid. to say the
Yes,
least, yeah.
to say the least.
Yeah.
But that was not Anish's. First of all, I much prefer your solution of bishop e7. It's
No
just
complications, just
smooth,
Yeah.
smooth sailing. And now, again, I feel that this move rook c1 is a bit of a concession. That if I'm black and I saying, "Oh my God, my king was so wide
Yeah,
open,"
yeah.
and I'm glad you're playing Rook C1. How has the game continued?
Bishop C6.
C6.
No, I think he's close to
Whoa.
surviving already, Arkady. But
Yes.
I think King G7. King G7, and
And
of course we may be missing some tactics, some difficult.
well,
but
let's see what we could potentially be missing. Rook
yeah, there could of
C7?
course be
I mean, it's still somehow. It has
carry. Yeah.
all of the feelings of that Black's king is still 3, and Rook G7 check and Rook G5 check, not just winning
Yeah.
a piece, but somehow
Yeah.
drawing the king to F4 and then walking the king into a mating net. So
I'm taking
Black
back
still
my words for it. It looks horribly dangerous.
well,
I
it
don't
is.
even see the move. Rook H8. Can I play Rook H8 or Rook?
Well, let's try.
Yeah, let's
because
try something. Yeah, because
it's really
Rook
looking awful.
H8.
Okay, I start with a check.
Yeah.
Rook H7 G7.
Yes, I have to.
king,
No
and
choice. F3 or
F3.
yeah.
Okay.
That's a nice little move. Yeah.
So in the dream world, I have
Mating
ideas.
2 is coming.
Correct.
Yeah.
But how crazy is King F4?
I like such moves.
Yeah. turning
Yeah.
turning necessity into a virtue.
Yeah.
If we can play King E3, the shoe falls on the other.
Can I
foot.
play King E2 maybe?
Ah.
And if Rook H2, I want to
Yes.
go to D3.
Ah.
Still making the same. mating net.
Mating net.
I want to play, of course, just to point that out, Rook F7, and if King E5, Rook G5 would be mate,
Okay.
and it's still the same. Rook's mate.
No,
Rook F8, Rook F8.
Rook F8. I'm still.
Rook F8, still,
I'm still
fighting, yeah.
kicking.
Still kicking. What
I.
is this? Knight G5 is an option.
By the way, I would be shocked
If this is not winning,
if this is not winning.
just
But-
wanted to point that out. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, it would be like.
it would be completely unfair.
Yeah, there is a God and he hates your guts.
Yeah.
You know? that this is not
So-
winning.
And how do we do it exactly?
Yeah, I'm looking at knight
Proving
c5.
is always
as a-
more difficult,
I
yeah.
know.
It's
Just
much more nicer just to say it's
that-
winning, you know.
optically, it
Believe
looks
me,
great.
believe me.
Believe me. But okay, there should be a clean wipeout.
Yeah,
Knight c5 looks very
yeah, Knight C5.
opportunistic.
Yes.
I just point out that
Ah.
rook e6 would the rook f6 would still allow knight e6.
Oh, yeah.
That's a
Aha,
that's
and
a
if
kind of a cute
Rook
mate,
takes E6.
mate with the rook.
King
Oh no, it's
yeah,
not
no, it's
mate
still
with
we're
rook.
still kicking. Yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah. Now it's
I
really.
apologize. I thought it was just simply mate. Okay. So rook.
F6.
Oh my.
I was actually about to suggest this move simply. I don't know if this is possible too, but
Really? Knight e6?
if you have a lost position, you may as well take everything.
Right, and just hope for the best.
But yeah, this looks really bad. Knight takes E6 and Knight takes D4.
Four.
Yeah. No. Okay.
Yes.
Let's try Rook F6.
Rook f6. Okay,
Not that it
rook
looks much better, but
e7.
Rook C7.
Yes.
suppose.
And it's
It is awful.
it's remarkable that black somehow is still
Yeah,
not having
let's
to resign.
bring this one back. Can we bring it back?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't manage to win, but it is winning.
It should be. It should be.
Should we go a little bit back, maybe?
Yeah,
to
sure.
see just.
Sure. What,
So the
what
current
where we have
position.
failed.
Were there any moves played?
King f5. I see a position where rook c7 check. So. Slight differences.
let's just. I will click here, and we will have the position.
Slight differences.
So he gave a check.
Yes.
King to you played Rook H7.
Right.
He went for Rook G1.
Okay.
King F5 is,
And now f3, of course.
and F3 will probably come.
Certainly.
He played it already.
He played it already. But in this particular case, the difference is that there's rook g8. Right?
Yes.
Rook g8 is
Yeah.
box.
Let's
Well,
only,
it's the only move.
Only move.
Yeah, and You have
So
to
what-
protect the knight on a5, rook g5 check.
Oh,
is
but
a threat.
we can pick up the.
Can you
Or oh, it's not so easy. You mean, if I
take
take here,
check?
you'll go forward, and
Right.
we have a piece, but maybe even here, maybe. How is this?
Should be winning. No, I mean, again, it would
It's a
be.
knight, you mean?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
okay, but rook g5, rook
Oh,
c8.
rook g5.
No, no, no.
Ah,
don't
rook c8.
stop. Rook c8.
Rook
and
c8.
somehow there's a lot of
Knight
activity.
f2 maybe. To have knight d1.
Okay.
No, I
but
agree
this
with
is
you.
still a
It should be
game.
winning, but it's still a game.
Kicking.
Yeah.
A game I haven't seen in a while has been the Budapest Gambit. You
The
don't see
Budapest? No.
Boris Gelfand was
Yeah,
white and
yeah.
the Budapest
Yeah.
Gambit.
Shall we have a look?
Yes, indeed. We haven't seen what has gone on.
Let's see. There. There he is.
Well, let's go back. So at the time that I have seen the game, we were somewhere around these parts. Knight b4, queen e7, queen h4. Oh, I just wanted to point out, Erwin, I think you would like this, there was this nice little tactic, queen h4. Oops. Yes,
Maybe
just to
maybe we'll just have to press
yes.
here. Now.
So queen h4, you will like this. Now, I think most grandmasters would play a3 here, but I just wanted to point out that this cute little line, bishop b2, rook here,
It feels like something is gonna.
a3.
Yes. A rook even. Yeah.
So the threat
That's-
of double
that's-
checkmate,
yeah,
rook
yeah, yeah,
e3 to e1, double checkmate. That had not happened, shockingly
But I thought
enough.
it was a very successful opening. The way the opening went for Rapport was quite reasonable, or not?
The jury's out. I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
yeah,
No,
they-
I thought he had a
as it's
satisfactory game, but
turning out, it appears that he has
knight c2. Wow,
Ooh,
that's already serious.
whoa, that's already shows a loss of control.
Yeah, exactly. If you can make such moves, it's usually a good sign for
Yeah,
for,
for
for
black.
black.
Wow.
Oh, that was not the
Queen
follow-up. I
I
thought
had it in
there would be
mind
something
either.
More,
Yeah,
straight to the end game. Okay.
I thought he would play rook e8.
Yeah,
and
something.
c6 f5,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you're going to sacrifice something.
Rook
somehow.
a8 maybe. Huh?
Yeah, this is a very surprising decision. But maybe.
I just seen. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes,
I just saw
please.
that Anish won.
Okay.
So I think we have to quickly see what happened there.
Please.
That went much faster than we
Yeah.
expected.
Well,
So
we
he did
thought-
find the mate, or
Yeah, we thought that. What?
E5.
E5.
oh, that went something went.
Excuse me, but E5?
Ay, ay, ay.
I move I never considered. I thought I was only looking at rook G8. E5
Rook
check,
G5, what could he have?
king F2, he's threatening
Yeah,
mate,
it's
and now he's threatening another mate.
rook H4 is.
Over.
If rook H8, rook F7.
Wesley, a draw. Can you say something about the game?
Girlfriend.
Eventually he just never gives up.
No, amazing player, of course.
But
This is too much.
but this game, it really struck me that Boris had a nice enough opening. But
Yeah, I
for
really thought that
sure.
4 was a bit early.
Yeah,
I don't know. Maybe I was pessimistic. Because the only thing I know is that here, like a 4 was selecting bishop g4 off already.
Who was?
Bishop
Sorry?
g4 my
Yes,
ancient.
yes. Sure, why not?
And but and also actually after what he did,
Mhm.
Peter was very happy with.
With
and it-
Black's
yeah, with
situation.
Black's situation, just very comfortable
Mhm.
all way through.
Yeah.
Just looks a bit loose. Maybe.
Well, no,
Yeah,
Very impressive.
Really powerful game.
Yeah.
Yeah, repeat. Just he's probably time. He's always in time trouble.
Right. So
B3, and now E6 is hanging with check.
Yeah.
No, it's a brilliant game.
Well
Brilliant
played.
game. Yeah.
Applause. Well played.
Brilliant game.
How's Jan? How is Janji?
Jan was
Jan
suffering.
Timman.
Jantje was suffering. I heard.
Was he suffering?
Oh yeah, he's suffering a bit, but fighting.
Down a pawn. And
That's
his
a
opponent has.
Rook D3 also.
No, the opponent has everything.
No, yeah, no, it became
I
worse.
mean,
No, I
who-
didn't
who
see
was he
much.
playing? I
Saric.
Sorry.
Yeah, already here, of course.
That
No,
was,
something must have gone wrong because, yeah, already here, I guess black is.
Guys, wait.
Yes.
Testing, so I can hear on the bridge.
1, 2, 3,
4,
5,
7,
12.
23.
Resigns.
Sound is good?
Sound is good.
Do you hear something?
Yeah, Leon is doing well.
Mm-hmm.
Doing very well. So just 2 games left.
Yeah. I always love these kinds of positions. White has king on h1. Bishop on g1.
Yeah,
Very
yeah,
nice.
yeah.
Pawn on a7,
It's
right?
surely gonna
And
have
there's no there's no even there's not even close to a check, right? The queen is on a8, you know.
Yeah.
And he's like,
Guys, we will be back.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very good.
I will start counting.
Alrighty.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Tata Steel 2014 Chess Festival. I'm your host, Yasser Serwan. I'm here with Erwin Lamy. Erwin, glad to have you aboard. We have a number of results, but before we get to those results, a key game, not only in the round but the entire tournament, was a matchup between 2 of the rating favorites, Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana. And Levon, pawn up, looking really good.
Looking really good, yeah.
Could you take us through it
Yeah.
and show us where it happened? Because it was earlier that Caruana
I don't know where you left it
his,
off.
more or less around these parts.
More or less around here, yeah.
Yeah. Caruana had given up his dark square
Yes.
bishop to begin with, then he had sacrificed a pawn, and he's slowly being dragged down.
He has this square for the knight, of course, but I think we can consider it pawn still, right?
Yes, it's not enough compensation.
It's not really enough. It would be nice to get the queens off, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
To keep that, but with the queens on, I think it's a very nasty position.
Mm-hmm.
I like how Aronian exploited it.
Rook e4.
Yeah, now he slowly managed to get his d pawn forward, so
Mhm.
black cannot even blockade it anymore. That's a bad sign, I guess.
Very bad
Yeah,
sign.
so we are here.
Right.
Rook b7,
Mm-hmm.
queen e1,
Right.
rook a5. Now he's transforming it. So he's giving his d pawn for the a pawn,
Right.
and this is more or less where we are now.
Well, one of the things that I mean, when you're playing bishop versus knight, the worst pawns for the knights are the H and A. You
Yes,
know, anything
yeah.
that's really, really far away.
Yeah.
So that transformation of taking the D pawn off for the A7 pawn, I think is very big,
It's-
actually,
yeah.
for from White's point of view, big progress. And we both agree that this is a huge advantage.
Ye-
But how does how to make progress? What?
Yeah.
What,
Queen
what
a1 springs to mind. Or
just simply
Queen
Queen
a1,
A1.
just supporting that a pawn, hitting f6.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we have to take care that the queen and knight won't start up some kind of
Irritating
things
Queen
against
E2,
our king. Yeah, let's
Queen
say queen
E2.
e2. Let's just play stupid. We just
Yes.
push it just to see what
And knight f4. What
knight
else?
f4, and then we bishop 6 would be too greedy, I
Yes.
guess. So we
So
just
we-
have to.
Bishop and protect. And
And even here, I don't see
we hit a roadblock.
knight d3 maybe, just to keep
Okay.
attacking something.
Right. To be, as you say, irritating.
Oh.
Oops.
Oops, we just have to go edit again. One
Queen
moment.
A1, Queen E2, A5, knight, bishop,
And bishop
knight
f2.
D3.
And knight d3.
Okay.
What do you think about queen f1?
Nice. Good move.
Or this move, just to dominate this knight a bit.
Also, Tsuji
It
against
looks
the knight.
really nice for white. Huh?
Yes, exactly.
I
feel
guess it's technically winning
Yes.
at this stage.
It should be. We
So
are in agreement.
so he Fabiano has to find some means of counterplay, which I don't see.
No, no. But this idea of Queen E2, Knight F4, if you don't make some threats against White's king, well, A5, A6, A7.
Yeah, it's running.
It's just it's
Yeah.
over. So we tried Queen E2. What did you try last time? A5.
A5,
Let me throw out H5
H5. Okay.
again. A kind
So
of a
I'm
desperate
gonna play
move.
primitive again. I'm
Of
just gonna run.
course.
Yeah.
And knight jumps in.
Knight jumps in,
Yes. Bishop.
and you want some
Yes.
g4, I guess. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, everything else
Yeah.
is losing. And my real trick
This
is
is
if
very
you play
interesting, yeah, if you-
A7,
Yeah.
then I have G3.
Yeah, that's
that's
very
the
nice.
dirty. That's the dirty. I mean, because of course, if I take on
Yeah.
H3, you make a queen and
this
I
is
resign.
this is what we meant. Yeah. This kind of
Yeah.
counterplay, if he can make it happen, then
That's the only trick in the position
We, of
that
course,
White has to avoid.
just push the a pawn without thought. Maybe we should
course.
have made some prophylactic measures, but
even here,
No.
I wouldn't. I suspect that after Queen F1, it is also.
oh, queen f1, yeah, queen
uh,
f1.
b-
I was thinking
brilliant.
here, but queen f1 looks.
This looks brilliant. I mean, even primitively as
Yeah.
we've played.
Oh, can I play? No, I cannot. I wanted to take the pawn, but the endgame with such an a pawn.
Yes, it's just
It's
too-
rather. I thought I restored the material balance,
Well
but
done.
it won't be long.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yes, it was a temporary
It was-
restoration. Oh my! So
yeah, this is looking bad.
this is looking
bad.
very bad.
So
but
that's
I
a
don't-
big win for well,
We think
potentially a big
right.
win for Levon.
we do. We had a result in the game of King Log.
Oh,
we
let's-
thought that King Log had a terrible, terrible position. Somehow, he was given
Let's see.
clemency, amnesty.
We left it off. At this
Here,
point, I think.
yeah, I think Bishop D5. In fact, we have left it off, and then
Yeah.
after Bishop D5 was played, I played a silly move. After takes, Knight E3 was a blunder. Bishop F3 was
Bishop
the
3 was very accurate.
and the player shortly agreed to a draw.
Knight takes c3,
Yes,
b takes c3, d takes c4,
right.
g3, rook b6, and
Mhm.
actually
This
After
is-
rook takes c4, there's really nothing left. Yeah.
no,
So
bishops of opposite
fair
power.
result at this point.
Yes,
At
I
this
mean,
point.
at some point this evening, Dominguez is going to be shaking his head, wondering how did he let
Yeah.
Luke escape. And really, we thought that the position after Queen D5 and Knight B5 was looking just so one-sided that it was really wonderful that Luke fought back from such a
Well, I was
ugly
even
looking
a
position.
little bit optimistic at some point. I thought
Yeah.
he might really. I mean, at the moment he played bishop d5, I
Well,
was
the-
actually expecting bishop f8, and
Mhm.
okay.
What we thought.
what we thought. Yeah, and
Yeah.
d6 is hanging. Bishops might become very strong.
Mm-hmm. It can easily go wrong.
It can easily go wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he fought well today. I
Yes.
thought
Yes.
it was fine. I was a bit worried with this 45 minutes thing.
Yeah.
I thought what's happening here,
Right.
but no, excellent, excellent. We have
And
more results.
We haven't looked at Sergey. He
Ah.
was the birthday boy.
The birthday boy.
He had sorry to say, Sergey, a very boring position today. It did
Let's see.
end peacefully.
Where did you leave it?
We
off?
actually left it. It was actually just more or less out of the opening. King f8. They achieved this position
Yeah.
very quickly. Here, White has the superior minor piece, but we never thought that it was a serious
Yeah.
edge. And
The
in
typical
fact-
position where everybody would choose white, but it's draw in the end anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
After these pairs of pawns got traded, okay, again, we just point out that the bishop on c6 is more passive than its counterpart,
Right.
but bad bishops defend good pawns. And that pawn on d5 is very good. A pair of rooks got traded, and then really just a lot of maneuvering, but no action. So a draw was
Yep.
agreed. When we have left it, also we felt that Boris Gelfand was tumbling
Let's see what's happening
to
there. Yeah.
his second consecutive loss. Not something that happens very often in Boris Gelfand's chess career. We left it here.
Here. We thought h5 first, but Rapport decided to go king f6 immediately. He doesn't
Right.
mind this check.
You had mentioned that bishop h4
Yes,
kind of thing.
That
was
actually happened,
annoying.
but
And still,
king
it
f5.
looks great.
The same route, yeah. F4.
Well. I'm just worried that in case of h6,
Yeah, let's
king
just see that.
g3 is going to get it
It's going
as
to be made.
checkmated,
It's going to be made.
just to show
Yeah,
one
let's say
or two.
h7.
h7,
Rook g2 check.
yes,
And wherever you go, king h1 is made here.
correct.
And king f1. Nice little
E2.
pawn move.
Yeah,
I like such mates. Yeah.
it's pretty. But you know, I always have the feeling that when you have a king on g3 is black, and your pieces are making
Yeah.
this kind of mate, that somewhere along the line you've really collapsed to
Yes.
allow this type of mating configuration.
So what does he have to, or is it just?
Is it hopeless?
I think the position we have right now is this one. Yeah.
And rook f1, king g3 is not helpful.
Bishop f8 perhaps. Trying
Just to
at
kick
least
your
to.
king away from g3.
Yes.
Okay. Good idea.
It's
Brilliant. Genius.
Happy you like it.
I'm very satisfied.
Can I play this strange move? And if you push, then maybe
Yeah.
something like this. Trying
A
to
different mating net.
different mating net. Might be completely unnecessary to go like this, but
Well, it looks very compelling. Do I have to sacrifice an exchange?
rook f1, huh?
But I don't trust it.
Knight f3 check.
I'll take it.
Takes. But I guess our e-pawn is
Too strong.
too strong.
Agreed.
King h1, e2, and yeah.
Whoa. Bishop
Oh, bishop b4. Oh.
h4.
Or that's not allowed.
Bishop. Yes,
Yeah.
bishop b4. Sorry.
You mean
yeah,
over here?
yeah. I just wanted to stop the
Oh,
pawn.
that's a good.
Tricky. Oops.
Oops, yeah. That's a oops moment.
That's a oops.
So that means the exchange sacrifice makes
Good.
a lot of sense.
But here I was
Rook
a little
e1
bit
check?
yes. Rook e1, king.
King here.
But I do the same thing.
Yeah,
no?
the same bishop before, right?
Right.
Because just to
yes,
show h8,
Right.
rook h1 check,
And mate in 3.
and
yes.
mate.
Yes.
in many ways, but let's
G3.
take this one.
The simplest
Yeah.
route. Yes.
Many tricks.
So bishop b4 is the
Also here you have the same.
the saving move. Yes. Saving grace. Okay, go back
Okay.
to this moment. But what you did was
Yeah, it
okay.
was-
It was okay, but after this bishop f8,
Because I wanted to get my king out, because if we go immediately, then you have this opportunity to pin the knight.
right.
That was my.
But you can do it a
thought.
different way, and I think it's a nicer way. The same idea what you showed.
King G3.
I must give check, so that
Just to.
oops,
Yeah.
new variation. Pardon me. I must give check. Now you go king h3 with the same
Oh, of course.
mates of
Oh.
rook g2 and knight f2. Yeah.
Slightly better, probably.
Yeah, but the king is nice. Okay,
Yeah.
we
Slightly
all
better
like
execution. This
Yeah.
one, yeah.
on h3 or g3, same mates are
Mating,
appearing.
Yeah. Not very surprising. It's
Hopeless.
going to be mating. Yeah.
Over.
I'm guessing this is not going to last long.
So the last move was king f4, bishop g7. Bishop g7, pardon me, king f4 was played.
Let's just. Yeah.
And Boris is suffering. We've seen him on the webcam, and he seems to be, like
Yeah. This must
wondering, am I living a nightmare? It's
be. Yeah.
like,
This must be terrible.
back-to-back losses, like
Such a solid player, such a solid classical player.
yeah, it just doesn't happen
Rarely,
in his career.
Right.
Yeah, very, very big surprise. Sorry, one more look at the Aronian game. Again, I think that this is a huge game for the
It
outcome of the
more or less happened. What we
tournament.
played:
yeah.
Queen A1,
Your move.
Queen
yeah.
C2,
You've got to create
A5, of course,
gotta
Knight
create
F4, and
some
Bishop F2. So now here he has to come
similar
up with
ideas.
something.
Now he needs to go h7 to pawn h7 to square g3.
Oh, I thought you wanted to say H2.
Also not
similar,
bad.
similar.
But
Yeah, he has to
G3
get
is
his pawn here,
yes,
yeah.
G3 is because
There
if
is-
black goes into a huddle with queen c8 to a8, you will
Yeah.
never keep. You will
Passive
never
defense will
keep it.
never work here.
Will
The
never
pawn will
work.
go all the way to A7 and
Right, and that will be over. But on the other hand, if you don't play h5 and g4, I don't see any way of creating counterplay.
me neither. Me neither.
So one more look.
Let's try H5.
a6,
A6.
g4, box.
At least we have the queen on C2 with the queen on C2. There's no queen F1.
Okay,
That's some
so
advantage.
some small
Oops.
benefit. Yes.
I just have to
Yes. G4.
G4.
Okay.
So
if
how
we
is
take
this?
twice,
Then we'll
then
have
we have a
queen
knight
E4 or
E2
queen
check.
C6 or
knight e2 check.
or knight E2 check.
This
To
at
go.
least is with after queen c4, we're causing some. Or are
Right.
we causing irritation?
Yeah, it's
Are we? Can
You
we
mean just run?
A7, yeah. It's not 100% that we're causing enough irritation.
not really.
No.
No, I thought you wanted to go queen E4, but also
Sorry,
something
yes.
like this. But if the queen F1 again, it's
Is that so clear?
oh now you have knight E2 check.
Now I
you
have
have knight
knight
E2 check. Exactly.
And oops,
And yeah, we have to go somewhere. Queen
h7.
H7 even. Oops.
Yes.
It's really made.
Yeah.
Okay, it took me some time to realize that it's.
It's a shock, right?
It's a oh, but then this is just.
Okay, so we
Okay.
can't take twice on g4.
That's achievement.
Yeah. In fact, it's probably wise not to do anything at all. No
If we-
captures at all.
Queen D4 maybe something like. Oh, Queen D4 is not the best move because
No.
of a small check. So
So we've given, we've
What-
allowed Fabiano some.
is this a
opportunity.
move?
Well, then g3 is the.
Oh,
only-
G3 of course. G3 of course. I'm
Right.
losing the
We're-
thread. Yeah, not the claw of course. Oh, then really not easy.
Well,
Queen C2. I really like Queen C2. It's
It means that we have to take black's threats seriously,
yeah.
and maybe a6 is just one of those moves we need to relax a moment and play queen f1
Queen F1.
to prevent. Well, it doesn't prevent g4 actually.
It will come anyway. Yeah.
Well, let's see. So I will take it.
with
F.
H, F, oh
F,
F.
F.
Ah, okay, F.
Okay. And after HG, maybe I can play a move like bishop H4. So I'm trying to trick you and win a pawn on
me.
F6.
How to play here? It's really complicated. If I take on H3, you're just gonna take it back, I guess.
Right, that
Yeah.
was the idea.
So let's say if I take it, and if
Take
I
it.
give a little check,
King H2?
H2, and then I give another. Just is there some kind of, or can you run out or?
I was going to play Queen F2 and block.
Oh, Queen F2, Queen
Yeah.
F2. That's
That takes away a lot
that
of the fun.
takes- yeah.
Not too much fun
Okay.
suddenly. So, but you have
Little bit back.
other chances? I mean...
Maybe even before here.
Maybe even before? Oops. Somehow, white may be winning, but I have the distinct impression
Yeah, there is-
that you've
I'm
given
also-
black more
I don't wanna
chances
give
than
up
he
yet.
deserves.
Yeah,
You
it's,
know, black got more chances than he deserves.
because for example, okay, the a pawn is hanging also sometimes with check here, and I'm just trying to make so takes
Something work.
takes.
Yes.
But how to make this work?
So Queen C5 check. King
For example, we
H2.
could
Yes.
already take here, or couldn't we? And just pick up the last pawn.
Oh, is it?
With check?
No. Yes.
Is it?
Excuse me. You're
Maybe,
absolutely
yeah.
right.
And that we're gonna draw.
Yeah. You know, it's funny.
Yeah.
Talk about an illusion. In this exact position, I was thinking, Bishop F2, discover check. But it's not discover check. Your king's on G7, where
Yeah,
it's
that's
perfect. You know.
Disappointment.
Yeah, very
Disappointing.
disappointing.
So, okay, he's fighting.
So yes,
He's fighting.
he's trying to put together concrete
Did we get
threats.
any moves? We didn't get.
Gelfand, we have
So this is the current position in this game. Gelfand.
Gelfand is Boris has sacrificed his bishop.
Let's see, because we left it off.
Probably
Here.
a wise decision.
Yes. King G1,
Mhm.
Rook E2,
Mhm.
Bishop C3, King takes F5, King takes F4,
Ooh.
Bishop 8. Ah, so this is the position where we left it off. He gave a check, yeah, and he gave the
And he gave the bishop.
Rook takes E3 and King F1.
I have the distinct impression that the combination of the rook and the knight and the king
It's
so
gonna-
close.
Yeah.
It's too late. That there should be a nice winning line here for black.
King is still in some sort of mating web. It looks
That's
like.
that's the
It's-
bad news.
Yes.
That is the bad news. Okay,
what's-
but
what's
having
the-
said that,
Proving is always-
improving, okay, how about the direct rook e5?
Yeah, just to pick up the pawn. No
Yeah.
complications. Let's say we run.
h6 and
You want to go behind the
or
pawn?
knight f4.
Or knight
first.
f4, yeah, just to keep that king.
A little bit grounded, and so the idea is rook h5.
Rook e1 maybe.
Okay, rook h5 and
And
check.
and check. At least we're
And
out of the
import-
mating.
Important, and now you're still kicking.
Yeah, rook e7.
And black is
Yeah, of course we want to avoid that rook knight against rook endgame.
Exactly.
That would be a dream for white
right
to reach.
bail out to bail out
But
there.
normally that shouldn't.
No, I've got a feeling that there should just be some accurate moves.
Right.
And it's too late.
Maybe we can start with knight f4, and after h6 go rook e6, and win some sort of tempo.
Once again, b4. Take the pawn.
Ah, but
check.
at least the rook is not active now.
That is true.
So that's some kind of
c5. I'm doing my desperate
yeah
best.
b5 trying to get that pawn off. Yeah.
One last, but I suspect that I won't be able to do it. And even if I get a protected pass pawn on c6,
Right.
it will be hopeless.
Right.
Yes,
No, this shouldn't.
should be winning.
Yeah.
And so what it means is our leaders in the competition. Anish at +1,
Anish +1,
Nakamura +1, Wesley So
+1,
+1. If
Karyakin +1.
Karyakin +1, pardon me. If Levon wins, he'll be +1. And once again, shall we return to our future game, Aronian? Okay, so we'll go back a few. No, H5.
Queen C2, A5 played, knight F4, bishop F2.
And no H5.
He didn't play H5.
Wow. Okay,
He
what has
gave
he?
a check.
King H1.
And King H2 he played. Okay.
Okay. Well, how is Fabiano going to create any threats against White's king? And why?
Yeah, I just thought we found a nice.
What the heck is
way.
King H2? Why aren't King H3? It's always inviting Queen C7 checks, right?
Yes.
So
right.
Rebecca Moon, wouldn't you and me and everybody else
Just
play King H1?
I would.
Maybe he's wants knight F4.
Knight
something?
F4. And
Now just cover up everything.
and that pawn once
A6
again.
is
That pawn once it reaches this square, it's
yes.
already
hopeless.
hopeless. Yeah. No, it's
Wow. Okay. I'm not sure I quite gather, fathom, understand.
on the other hand, I also don't see a way to really make use of the king on H2 yet.
Okay. So let's see. Let's try to be irritating. Knight F4.
Knight F4 back.
Yes.
So I guess we don't want to repeat. So I'll bring the queen to F1 then.
Okay. Fair enough.
Also keeping an eye on A6 here.
I must say, I feel that I've come to the end. I don't see any.
I don't see it. Yeah.
Any way of
No, I really
making
thought
tricks.
your H5 G4 was
the
way to
only
go.
opportunity in the position to make White's life uncomfortable. The king on the H file, as long as there's G2 H3.
Yeah. Very difficult to
you're-
create something.
Exactly. Oh my.
Yeah.
So I don't say a missed opportunity, but it seems that Aronian is carefully netting the point. He's drawing the point closer and closer.
It will be very difficult.
Yes. All right. Gelfand again. I think we're down
Let's
to
see.
Gelfand. Oh,
There's a very interesting game in the.
Erwin.
You just wanted to say the same?
In the B group.
In the B group, yeah. I just wanted to point that out. Shall
yes,
I just?
would you please? We are both.
I'll just go
The
to
public prize between ourselves belongs to Benjamin
Yeah.
Mock.
Yeah.
The winner in Group B in round 2 has played a magnificent game against Yu Yang Yi. Let's go.
Yeah,
for it.
let's go through it.
Benjamin Bach, a young talent from Holland, was white. Yu Yang Yi, world junior champion.
World junior champion, if I'm not
at
mistaken. Yeah.
26, 80, 90.
Around
He's
that.
up.
Yeah.
One of China's strongest junior players and great talent is black. And we have a hedgehog. And Benjamin decided that he was just going to go for it.
Yeah, he grabbed his chances the moment he was allowed to go forward.
Yes, and there he goes.
F5,
Okay.
rook E8. A very powerful game. Knight
Yes.
G5. Immediately trying to hit that
And
pawn on E6.
We promise you some pleasing tactics.
It's starting now.
Yes.
E5 first.
Wow. Okay. E5. So first of all, knight takes E5, rook takes F6.
Right,
Is it
knight
kind of
takes
a stopper?
E5. Rook F6 ends that variation, I suppose.
Yes. Nothing to look at.
He went knight G4.
Of course.
Queen
attacking.
G3.
All right.
Knight D takes E5.
Right.
And now
Now this is one of those positions if white doesn't break through, black is super happy. I mean,
Exactly.
he's got this hedgehog, and white went forward and then finished. But an
Very
easy,
nice.
easy move to miss.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not an intuitively obvious move, knight f7, but it really disrupts the defensive construction that black has.
Right.
These two knights.
it's just collapsing, exactly.
All right, and let's
Rook
see. how-
D7.
Yes.
Knight takes E5.
Nice.
Knight takes E5.
Right. And this is where it really gets good.
Rook E5.
Yes.
DE.
And once again, really nice.
Yeah, just to point out that the immediate Queen G6 seems to win the rook on E8. But
And white is convincingly
in
winning,
the end,
except
there's
for
this
this
little check. So I really like the solution Benjamin found. He first took on H6.
Which again is very,
Because now,
Now
if the bishop takes, that
this is
would allow white, sorry, excuse me, to take on e8 with check. And actually mate immediately.
It's all the difference in the world.
So, rook g7 followed. Bishop takes g6.
Also, again, very sweet, nice move.
Rook e7.
And in this move also is
again,
very nice.
queen h3.
Pretty.
Very nice, very nice.
Very good.
This is queen c4, bishop h7.
Rook f1 mate, queen f1 mate. Pay attention. Yes, check.
Bishop h7, another powerful move.
Sweet.
King takes h7, bishop takes g7, king takes, queen g3 check, king e7, rook takes f8.
And suddenly
rook
black's
g7.
King is naked.
He repeated because, as always, he's always in time trouble. So I'm sure he was also in this game.
Yes.
So he repeated a few times, played very nice little move, b3.
Okay. Touching the queen.
Yeah.
And also the pawn on e6.
So after queen d4, queen takes e6, king h5, queen f5, black resigned.
Mate is inevitable.
Rook h8 is coming, and mate soon. So very nice. Yeah. Bravo.
Applause,
Yeah.
you know,
very nice.
I would like to put this in my best game collection. This is a very, very fine achievement.
Benjamin finished his high school this year, and he started to play professionally.
Okay.
And he already made 3 Grandmaster norms.
Outstanding.
But one Grandmaster norm was in a 7-round event, so he needs one more norm. So
and he has
he's
the
off to a good
rating
start.
already. So he has the 2500.
He's 2560 already.
So for sure that Grandmaster title
Maybe
is.
the viewers can see if he's not the highest rated international master in the world by now.
Right.
With
on the live
2560,
list.
it's
That's pretty impressive. So
very nice. Very nice
game. And wow. Okay. What a great way to start the B group, right? I mean,
it's his debut also here. So it's his debut in the B group as well. So in the challengers
group,
I should say.
Yes, me
have to
too.
get used with that, of course.
Exactly.
Shall we see Boris maybe? Here
Boris
nothing.
is still suffering.
Nothing happened.
And
I think Rapport just tries to calm down and find the best way not to allow any strange things to happen.
Exactly.
And this is where we left it off. Queen f1 just played.
So there was this knight e2 check.
Yes,
King
there was this knight e2 check.
And the knight came back.
And queen
now
f1.
Queen f1 and a6, a7.
a6, a7. That pawn is just gonna
go. And I was mentioning that what's really nice is once the pawn gets to a7, you put the bishop back on g1, you put the king on h1.
Yeah.
White's king is untouchable, and then comes queen f2, and away you go with the queen on the...
Right.
So this is looking more and more convincing victory. So at this moment we're going to take a break. We hope that we'll come back if possible and bring one of the players to share their thoughts. If not, also from the press center we have some presentations of the players that they provide in front of the journalists, and we'll try to stream those as well. In the meanwhile, Erwin, I understand you're going to be hosting soon.
Yeah.
So welcome to the hot seat, and get used to it, baby.
Big responsibility.
Yes, challenge. I'll be calling and saying, "What are you doing? You missed the."
If you have any tips, we'll speak afterwards.
All right. And thank you for joining us, and hopefully, again, we'll try to drag somebody here, a victim. We'll look for a victim. Okay. Thank you for now.
Thank you.
Did it
I don't know exactly at what point, but I think knight a5 felt a little bit wrong because after rook c1, okay, there are many complicated lines, and fortunately I think I'm good in all of them, but still how he played, it's not the best, and at the end he can still give up a piece and fight, although his position should be lost, but there's still some technical problems, and the way he played is just, I finally got to mate him.
Thank you. Congratulations and keep up the aggressive play.
Thank you.
Oké, cool. Oh ja, ja. Nee, ik weet het zeker nog niet meer, want ja.
Twee.
Draw, was it exciting?
I mean, I think the game was exciting until the end, but I think in general it was just a bit of a strange game. I'm not sure whether I was better or worse, or it was just equal. Because somehow in the middle game I thought I was possibly getting outplayed, and then in analysis somehow it seemed like I was completely fine. So I'm a little bit confused as to it all. But still, you know, it's the first time I've played Wesley, and he's a good player. So I think it's a pretty fair result overall.
What are your expectations of this tournament? You're number 3 of the world now, which is the highest you've ever been.
I just want to play good chess, really. I mean, rating isn't that important at the moment. You know, if I play well, good things will happen. And so, just in general, I'll try and play well. And you know, if I win the tournament or finish, at least finish on a plus score. I guess that's how I would put it. As long as I'm on a plus score, I'll be happy. So we just have to see what happens.
Thank you. Wesley, a draw. Can you say something about the game?
I was surprised by the opening, and I think he had good preparation. And I think the game was around equal for most of the while, and it's unclear. And I wasn't completely sure.
Did you manage to get some sleep after your tiring trip of yesterday?
I'm still getting over it. I hope it gets better as the tournament goes on.
Thank you. Luke, what all were you thinking about in the opening?
Yes, well, he played some sideline, and well, normally I'm not so worried about sidelines. Normally it's the main line I cannot remember, but so he tried some sideline, and so well I thought it shouldn't be too dangerous, but I started to think, and I didn't see many promising options for me anymore. So. And okay, finally I had to make a move, but I wasn't really satisfied with what I did.
Because you played like 3 or 4 queen moves in the first 10 moves.
Yes, well, I mean, I was already worried that I was going to make like too many queen moves, and then I'm going to be mated badly as usual. Okay, but then he offered me to trade queens, which I happily accepted at least. So at least that the danger of being mated was gone very quickly, but still I had some positional issues to solve, and I'm not sure it was all very good for me positionally, because I had this knight on a6 was really badly placed, and I think he could have locked my knight up with at some point b4, and then I would be in serious trouble.
What are your aims for this tournament? I remember last year you said that you wanted to end up above Anish. Is this still the case?
Well, to be ahead of Anish is always some nice bonus, but well, right now he has 1 point more, so that's And actually, I'm not really paying too much attention to Anish. In fact, I wish him to have once in a while a very nice tournament in Wijk aan Zee, because the last few editions he has been suffering quite a lot. So, and I have enough issues myself to solve. And but okay, next game I'm playing with Anish is always an interesting fight. That's for sure. But I don't feel like I'm like a concurrent of Anish. But if he feels like okay that he wants to lose 50 rating points, I don't object. Yeah.
Thank you and good luck.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to our broadcast of the 2014 Tata Steel Chess Festival. We've had a very eventful round 2. We're still playing in our key marquee game, Levon Aronian White, Fabiano Caruana Black. Levon has been nursing an extra pawn, an outside pass pawn on the A file, and has made considerable progress, inexorable progress, I should say. More or less when we left it with Erwin Lamy and myself, we had felt, for what it was worth, that Black needed to... Oops, I'm sorry, it's not cooperating. Let me just do this. Just a second. When we had left it more or less around these parts, and both Erwin and myself, we felt that if Black was going to make any chances, it was based upon the idea of running his g4 pawn forwards and playing for a trick like g4, g3. In fact, there was a lot of maneuvering, but at the end of the maneuvering, all that really happened is White was able to advance his pawn. He got to a position like this, and now they are here. Now with the pawn on a7, White has obviously completely tied up Black's queen. Black's queen is basically forced to keep an eye over on the A8 square. Oops, I beg your pardon. And White's idea is as simple as bringing his queen out to from G1 to D1, and then getting ready to queen the pawn. If necessary, White could also play a move like Bishop G1, oops, for extra protection. Let me see if I'm up to date. After A7, no, a move has been played. A7, Knight B4. So I believe this move has been played. Queen D1 has been played. Just a second. Sorry. Let me close this for a second. Uh-oh. New variation. Queen D1. And finally, Knight D5, Queen D2. And we're up to date with the players. If, I believe, Levon's idea is he wants to meet the move Queen A1 check with Bishop G1 when his king is perfectly safe, and White is planning simply to queen his pawn. So I believe that this game will soon be ended, and that Levon Aronian will join the group of players tied for first. In the other key game, Boris Gelfand appears to be going down to defeat. Let me just close this window. When Erwin and I last saw, Boris had in face of the various checkmating patterns that he is facing, Boris sacrificed his bishop, and Boris has Caruana, after Bishop G1, has resigned. Queen A1 check, Bishop G1 was played, and resignation. I believe I'm looking at the webcam now between the two players, and perhaps we'll see the resignation, the extending the hand of friendship and peace and victory. We're about 30 seconds behind on the webcam, and soon we'll see the move Bishop G1, and that should be it. Knight D5, Queen D2, and that was coming. So congratulations to Levon Aronian, the world #2 player, as he makes his first victory in the tournament, and is playing for first. And I'm just looking at the webcam. Queen D2, we see Queen A1 check is going to come. They're very delayed, it seems to me. Okay, going over to the Boris Gelfand game for a moment, we see that this position has been reached, and it seems to me that the combination of the king and the knight and rook is going to keep White's king under lock and key. White's rook on A1 won't be able to play rook to B7 because of the various checkmating threats that abound in the position. And let me just show one that I can see. In this position, after, say, rook rook G3, H3, if Boris tries to get counterplay based on rook A7, then after king F3, king G1, knight F2, and rook H3 to H1, checkmate, will decide the game. There we see it on the webcam that at last Caruana has resigned. So again, that goes in the official record books, and a victory is being expected for Richard Rapport against Boris Gelfand, one of the pre-tournament favorites, Boris Gelfand. So as we wrap things up, we do have a few draws, 3 games draws, 3 games likely to be decisive. Tomorrow, Monday, the tournament will continue, of course, and we'll go onto the website and see who will be the commentators for the rest of the event. Personally, I'm really looking forward to the round that begins on Wednesday, when the players will play the Rijksmuseum. Lavone, wonderful, congratulations. Please, come and join us. Hi.
Thanks.
Don't eat all the cookies, whatever you do. You're under strict orders, no cookies. But you can have a water. No, I'm teasing. Congratulations, nice game. Nice game, really, and it was our marquee game. We paid a lot of attention to it. First of all, it seemed to me that the Grunfeld is a pain in the ass kind of opening, and it's very hard to get something going in the main line, so you were looking for a side line, and you found something that caused your opponent a little discomfort. So I won't ask you all your opening ideas, but go ahead.
No, but
take
it's not really Grunfeld, you know.
It's not, because the pawn is on e3 and not e4, and it makes quite a big difference.
What I mean is that you don't really get this position out of Grunfeld.
Because normally knight takes c3 is only
comes only after e4.
Okay.
So I had this thought just before the game. I thought, what if you play the bishop f4 variation, which is, for example, may I show one
yes,
line?
please, of course.
So we have this position.
Okay, so let me just do. Yeah, I'll help you. I just have to unschedule you. Okay. So d4 and away you go.
Yeah.
New variation, click.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
We have this position in generally in theory.
Bishop f4.
Like
yes.
This thing.
Yes.
And then you get something like this.
Right.
So, and then
with e3.
Black gets a knight to c6, and queen is kind of well placed. So before the game, I thought, what if we kind of receive this
instead, with the queen still
with the queen on d8? I thought, and it's
an improvement from White's point of view.
That's what I thought. Right. So I analyzed it a bit, not really much. I think just 5 minutes to get the basic idea that you should develop the bishop to d3 on contrary with the other variation. Because there, in fact, the problem is that black can always exchange those bishops through bishop f5.
When the queen is on d5.
Yes. And in this case, I also get additional ideas, for example, in some lines.
Well, it's awkward for black to fianchetto shadow his queen's bishop because bishop e4 is rather.
In some lines now I have this bishop e4 idea, which can be quite potent.
Annoying, yeah. Right.
So what Fabiano chose was kind of interesting, because now that I cannot really play queen d2, he's playing queen a5 and
pawn on c3.
Yeah. So I thought that his intention was to play knight b6, honestly.
Right.
And I wasn't sure about this position. I enjoyed it. I thought that I should have some
Rook
class.
b1,
yeah,
a4,
like the usual, or bishop b4 here as well.
To stop knight d5.
Yes,
I apologize.
This was my idea. All right. I think the future practice will show what's going on in here.
Exactly.
And then I analyzed this, of course, and initially I was opting for this because I thought, okay, this is maybe grandpa chess, but I was thinking with the bishop on c4, the rook b5, it might be really unpleasant because
maybe even h4, knight g5.
And I saw some intelligent people do these ideas, Then
really?
Put the bishop, put the bishop to c4, and then somehow it can be unpleasant.
Free attack, so to speak. You haven't invested anything but the two bishops. Yeah.
But then I thought, Karana, he's a good defender. So I thought maybe I won't be able to do any harm to him if he does something like this. Like king to g7.
And
Looks
sits.
nice, but yeah. So then I thought that this position is important.
Okay.
So it's important that he doesn't have a knight c5 because of bishop d6. Otherwise he comes out with his pieces, and knight e5 is hardly an improvement because the knight is still stuck. So I was thinking that this is more or less forced.
Okay.
Here I was expecting some other move.
Experiences some unpleasant
Yeah,
things.
yeah, at
You're
least I
kind of
have some-
tying him up a bit and putting pressure on him.
I thought he would play queen d5 here.
Okay. Queen and okay, he steps out of the pin, but
I was planning to do something like a4.
simple. This
I'm
is
not
not
sure.
comfortable.
Yeah, but there has I have this feeling that black has to be able to equalize somehow, because you know his only problem is his knight that is temporarily badly placed.
Okay.
So I was thinking, I don't know. I wasn't sure what he's going to do, but I had this feeling that if I don't get an advantage, I have to blame myself for not going to the nice, pleasant position there.
Okay. All right, but he chose instead.
He chose this. I think this
was
is
that
too
a big
passive.
surprise? That was a big surprise for me to give up the. You know, normally kings Indian defense players and Grunfeld defense players, they don't give up the bishop very easily. It almost smacked a little bit the desperation, or maybe he was seeing ghosts, or he was just really.
What I thought
he didn't
was
find a good line.
that Fabiano was in time trouble, so he thought.
Oh.
I mean, it's this kind of progressive time trouble. You have 30 minutes for 20 moves, but the position is going to cause you to get into time trouble. It's still
Your
it's still not
decisions aren't
happening, but it's
easy.
going to come.
Yeah, your decisions aren't easy.
So I thought he tried to simplify it and to play for the draw. And honestly speaking, I wasn't sure that I'm going to win this game because okay, you're pawn up, but black has a very solid knight on d5, and it takes a lot of effort.
Indeed.
And I
as we
drew
saw.
one position like this, very similar. I was playing against Anand, and I had a white-colored bishop, a pawn on c4,
Okay.
and the same.
The extra pawn on c4,
Yeah.
yeah.
The same.
And there was some
structure.
blockading knight.
And yes, he blockaded it, and
You
I
couldn't-
actually pushed, and I almost lost that game.
Clever. Rook d8, rook d1. So here, okay, he has a compensation, but he's really trying hard to keep it. There can only be two results. I thought bishop e5 was an interesting decision because essentially with this move, bishop e5, you were trying to provoke him to play f6. But in a greater sense, isn't he going to have to play f6 one day anyway because of the dark squares?
That thing, I wasn't sure.
You wanted to provoke him to be sure that he would have to play it.
Yes, because I thought that, you know, the d4 is hanging.
Right.
I didn't want to commit with f3 so early.
That was the question.
Yeah.
Why didn't you want to commit with? Because you've got the f3, bishop f2, rook c1, rook c5.
Sure, but
that
I
plays
thought
itself.
it's maybe too early to do this. You know, I wanted to conceal my plans. And
Okay.
anyway, I don't think the tempi is important in a position like this.
No. Indeed, it wasn't. Bishop e5, h3. So you're keeping your cards concealed. Rook f7.
Now I thought I had to, because in this position, I think that the queen exchange favors black definitely, because then his knight on d5, and my bishop becomes really stupid. I don't have this place on the 8th vertical. You know.
Rank.
Rank. Yeah.
Yes. Vertical, I like that. Okay. So f3, queen f5, rook c1. These moves were very suggestive. King h2. And finally...
I was surprised by knight d5 actually. I thought that he'll play queen e6 and queen f7, but knight d5 is also a good move.
So one of the defensive ideas that you thought he might try is to go queen e6 and queen f7, and just say, okay, white, do something.
Yes.
Go if you play for d5, or if you go after the a7 pawn, you have to.
Because actually d5, which I loved at the first sight, but then I got disappointed.
Yes.
Wasn't so easy. It's okay. If I take d6, rook a2, I don't know how am I going to break through. Rook c7 looks beautiful, but then what?
Still, there's a blockade there, maybe on d7.
Just rook e2 and
yeah,
probably it's a draw. So I was planning to meet it with rook e1, and then perhaps this is a better version for him. Because after queen a5, he had to go. You know, he allowed me. He allowed me to put my rook on e4.
Right.
Which feels good, and I think I didn't take full advantage of that.
If we go back for a second, yes. So queen a5. So the point was that whenever you go rook e1, he should trade.
The point of queen a5 is that if he allows me to cut his queen on f5 and play rook e1, and then he takes queen takes e1, it's not clear how he's going to
just maintain the position.
Because the queen on e4 stands really well. Then I have these ideas like bishop b8, g4, forcing him to do something about it. So.
All right. So then came queen e6, rook e1. Oh, sorry. This was yes. So this is where you were saying that knight d5 may have been an accurate, poor decision.
Anyway, I'm not sure because I came up with many thoughts during the game that my opponent is not playing accurately, but then every time I wanted to prove a point, I couldn't see it. So I think queen d2 is a blunder.
Really? Okay.
I only noticed once I played it. He can actually take and play queen e7.
He's threatening your rook. Queen e2, queen c2, knight d4. Excuse me. What?
Queen f4, knight d4. Yeah, I admit of being guilty again.
Oh my goodness! And again, he was in time trouble, so he has missed this tactical opportunity. But normally, speaking, he's very alert.
Queen d2 is not a good move, that's for sure. I was trying to, bring the queen here, then some rook g4, rook h4, some crazy ideas, but should have proceeded with caution here.
Right. Was there something to be said for d5, or is it too soon?
I think it's too soon because he can take and play knight d6,
and he's got this
e7.
Right. Oh dear. Oh dear. Queen d2. Shame on you. Queen d rookie. You were relieved?
Yes.
Yes.
I was quite relieved.
And now you have this position. Well, I thought it was huge progress when you were able to change the d pawn for the a pawn, because as we know, the worst pawns for the knights are the a and h pawns, and you've got this wonderful passed a pawn. So more or less, at this point, you've probably felt that you have a technically winning position at around
I was
this moment.
happy even after my blunder that I have chances.
Yes. Okay. But I'm saying that at this point you felt that it was technical one. Not that you would win it, but that it actually felt like you really...
I felt that he would go for queen a3. I felt that he would do this.
Instead of... Yes.
But then... This queen endgames, at least with the knight, you can jump around.
Creates some annoyance. Here...
Yeah, but then, on the other hand, see, I didn't let him exchange the bishop and the pawn just promoted.
Exactly.
So there are good chances for a draw, but also good chances for a win here, I guess. So some queen a3, I guess, just to play. I don't know what would I choose personally.
The best setup? Yes.
With black. I mean, would I go for this, or would I try to trick my opponent with the knight? but this was probably one of the last chances for him,
I
because
see.
this looks very unpleasant.
Yes. Also, later we were looking at the game together with Erwin. Later, when you got to this position, he has played knight e2. We thought that he was technically lost, of course, but that desperate position called for desperate measures, and we were trying to trick you with g4 and g3.
Oh, very nice.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, you got to do something. Have you considered h5 forced to try
I
to
thought he would
annoy
do
you?
h5. I was actually planning to meet it with queen f1 again.
Okay. So, and
And
g4?
Oh,
Only chance.
what am I doing? Wait.
Because of queen h7 check, right? You see
Uh-huh.
knight e2 and queen h7 check.
Yeah, this was definitely a chance. I saw
Well, to
this.
try, well,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you say, we've got to trick you, because otherwise what you did showed perfectly well that you
But
put
wait
your-
a second.
Yes.
May I
Please.
be
A pest in g5, yes.
here?
Yes, of course.
Fix?
Tuck, tuck, yep.
Okay.
g3.
All right.
Oh, no! Ah, very nice.
Draw, yeah? Perpetual.
Perpetual. Okay, I agree.
Okay.
Ah!
So yeah, yeah.
But that's an easy one to get, because the moment you see that you can defend g2 by promoting your pawn, you might miss knight h3. So,
Yeah, this was a mistake. Anyway, this was a game full of mistakes. And, I mean, I could have played queen d4 as well. Very nice move. And then after queen e2,
queen
white has
f1.
to try to make a draw. Desperately try to look for a draw.
and it looks so good, queen d4, right? Oh my god.
Centralizing.
Oh my goodness.
But this cunning thing didn't stop, you know? This queen c2 was extremely tricky.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's the point?
No, please show us.
So a6, queen e2. And it's probably a draw.
My goodness, knight f4 is such a severe threat that it... Oh my goodness.
And the a6 pawn is now hanging.
In variations, right, where he gets to play knight f4 with a tempo.
So some ridiculous stuff could have happened.
Oh dear.
So
That's an easy line to... that's an easy move to blunder, queen e2.
and yeah, this
Yeah.
is this wins. Unfortunately for him, yeah. Bishop
Yes.
g5 is there.
Yes. Okay, that one we saw, by the way. Winning a pawn.
So I guess there were a couple of draws that we've both missed. Yeah, this h5 somehow I forgot about h5. I was thinking that I can promote.
Yeah, the only way of disturbing otherwise
Hmm.
a very smooth, easy victory. As the game continued, oops,
Oh,
no, not this
yeah, yeah.
line, sorry. As the
this?
game, yes, check, yes, yes, and bishop g1. Finally, once you've managed to recalibrate the pieces, bishop g1, that was, now it's definitive. But still, somehow he still found ways of forcing you to, I wasn't quite sure, has he just run out of ideas with the move h7, h6, or he's stopping bishop g5 or something?
No, I think he realized that,
That it's,
bishop f3
right.
is the end.
Yes. And now he could finally, with justification, hang it up. Well, an imperfect game, but nonetheless an important victory. I've been very, very impressed with Fabiano's progress, and it seems to me that, you know, he's 2780 going on 2800, and it's clear that he's going to be a force to reckon with. And
Definitely.
nice to get the victories when you can get them, as imperfect as they are. So thank you
Thanks.
for joining us. A great pleasure. Thank you,
Thank you.
Levon. And much success in the tournament.
Thanks.
Thank you. Well, with that, everyone, thank you very much for joining us. Tomorrow, please come again for round 3 of the 2014 Tata Steel Chess Festival. We hope you enjoyed our coverage, and we'll look forward to providing you with more in the days and weeks ahead. Good night, everyone.